my dear distinguished guests and colleagues from the HR fraternity. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the People First HR Excellence Awards 2023. My name is Nilakshi Mukherjee, your host for the event and Director HR Awards 2023. Today, I feel very privileged and honored to stand here in front of you all and acknowledge the achievements of our brilliant participants who have made both the HR fraternity and their organizations very proud. 2023 has been an exceptional year of new beginnings, a year full of pleasant surprises, a year of ChatGPT, generative AI, and metaverse. The industry captains continue to focus and realign and recalibrate the organizations as per changing global economic scenario. It was very heartening to see organizations reinforce their commitment to the people agenda. And I take this opportunity to salute our HR colleagues who were toiling it out there. This program is held to recognize the organizations and individuals who've made an immense contribution to their organization, but have not stopped there. They have gone much beyond and contributed to the HR fraternity and the society at large. These brilliant organizations and individuals have exhibited such outstanding contributions that has not only helped them in achieving their own goals, but also bring glory of success to their establishments. Today, we have gathered here not just to celebrate their achievements, but also to give due regard to the values which these awardees exemplify, like discipline, compassion, resilience, and most importantly, a zeal for learning. Awards are a way to encourage desirable behavior and inculcate competitive spirit. This is the reason why People First organizes the award ceremony every year, to encourage and recognize the efforts put in by the organizations and participants to push the bar higher. So we're here to give away the awards for 17 group categories and 9 individual categories. The awards to be distributed today are for recognizing those who have performed exceptionally well in their respective category, but also to honor those who have excelled in them. Suffice to say, we have very rigorous 2 levels of jury selection. In the first level, the jury panel sifts through all the categories to come up with and shortlist. And the second jury panel, comprising of 16 jury members, goes through all the shortlisted nominations to further evaluate them with rigorous due diligence. At this juncture, given the rigor of the process, each nomination is already a winning entry. Having said that, it's natural that 1 or 2 entries may stand out, even amongst the winners, and these are the ones which compel us to call them champions. Therefore, in each entry, we would like to congratulate both the winners and the champions. So without much ado, I would like to welcome all of you and hope you enjoy the ceremony as we take off. As we commence our journey today, I would like to take the honor and privilege of introducing a name that truly needs no introduction in the HR fraternity. Mr. Manmohan S. Kalsi, Head of Business Operations and HR at MediAssist, is a stalwart in his own right. Having spearheaded in the role of HR management in some very august names in the corporate environment in India today, like United Breweries, Xerox, Vodafone, Bharti Airtel, PepsiCo, and more, Mr. Kalsi brings a myriad of experiences which he has so gracefully agreed to share with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Manmohan S. Kalsi to kindly grace the occasion and enrich us with his keynote address. Hearty welcome to you, Mr. Kalsi.
Thank you, Nilaksh. Thank you very much. Yeah. No, it's my honor and privilege to be able to speak to the worthy winners of your awards today, and more than just the award winners. I think every nomination deserves great applause from everybody, because these practices really take the function and the profession ahead. And I think by showcasing your respective practices, you're doing the whole HR fraternity a great favor. I am based in Bangalore. I represent a company called MediAssist. We are a third-party health benefits administration company covering about 5.5 crore lives in India. Roughly 60% of the corporate accounts we service for all hospitalization, particularly on the discharge cases when the insurance companies go to um, for claims settlement. So we do the settlement in all about 6,000 people in a very dispersed environment. So before I start sharing a few slides that I have put in, I'd like to, mention what Nilakshi said about the contribution of the HR fraternity in the very unfortunate pandemic. And while it was an event we would all wish never reoccurs, and an extremely unfortunate part of everybody's life, I think it has been truly transformative for the HR fraternity in two things. It has brought such an impetus on tech adoption in HR. And believe me, having worked across 3 decades, I haven't seen the adoption of tech at this pace as I have seen in the last, say, 2 years. Yeah. So while it was an extremely unfortunate event, it has brought a little good for the function that we all represent. The other bit is, I think it has brought a great amount of focus on the softer aspects of leadership. The leadership is now looking at building compassion in the organization. The leadership looks at having empathy, and the whole agenda of humanity has now become the center place of leadership. And I'm not talking of HR leadership, it's across the organization. So we must continue to build on these themes. And I have a few thoughts which I want to really share with you, taking advantage of my experience over the years, some of the mistakes I have done. I would like you guys to really do that. So just give me a moment and I will. One second. Nilakshi, will your team be able to help me on the slide?
On the presentation.
Give a little context. So the whole idea of sharing a few thoughts is around the very theme of back to basics. I think it's a very strong agenda that you have through the year. I've seen very power-packed roundtables and sessions you have ahead of you today during the course of the day. And I've taken the liberty of putting a few thoughts which are based on purely what I have seen some of us committing, if I could say, mistakes over our careers. And while I'm talking in hindsight, it gives some of you the opportunity to, focus on a few things which may be relevant for you in your respective organizations. And hopefully some of the things can help our HR fraternity. So let me just wait for a moment till the team puts on the slides. Yeah. So while the team puts the slides, I think what I want to really touch as a theme is how the function has re-evolved itself, and then correlating with your theme for the day of back to basics, I put some thoughts. So let me first, start with taking a stock of where we stand today and how the function really is placed in the whole leadership agenda. So let's have a look at that. Yeah, so very often in the last couple of decades, the conversations in many HR conferences and conclaves has been around whether HR has a seat on the table. I think today we don't have those debates. It's very clearly settled that HR doesn't merely have a seat on the table. It has a say in the things. And if you ask me, I mean, HR is nearly a seat in the cockpit if you really look at the boardrooms today. Some of it has been by virtue of the statutory or the regulatory framework for at least the listed companies. The amendments which happened in 2013 Companies Act also put the HR agenda right on the table with a very strong role defined for the independent directors and the nomination and remuneration committees. So, the boards now have this on the agenda, and therefore HR no longer needs to debate and waste time around whether it's got a seat on the table. The onus is completely on us, how we use that and how we stand up for the function in the fraternity and define and drive the agenda. The other bit which I spoke a little earlier as well is on the whole tech adoption. And if I look around, I don't see a business which is not a tech business any longer. And I've spent time in consumer goods and BPOs and shared services, etc. And every single business that I look around, none of them has the option of saying we will grow without being a tech company. And tech is very, very central to any industry, any sector, any company. Yeah. And therefore, in HR, tech adoption is no longer a choice that we have. It's a necessity. And the more we exploit it, the more we derive out of it, the better it will be for every HR professional. I think there are enough seminars and conferences which happen around the whole country around DE&I, which is an extremely vital theme. I will not delve deeper onto it, but for me personally, I think while a lot of discussions have been around diversity and inclusivity, I think the requisite importance to the E part, which is equity, for me, is still an agenda we need to build on. I think bringing programs around parity, bringing programs about what is equity, what are the pillars of equity for each organization are very important. And that, to me, builds a lot of credibility for the function and leadership. The next point I want to really touch, while everybody's spoken about it in all forums, is all these hybrid models, disruptions. They can't be predicted. They will come and go, and we will have to have very, very agile and nimble models which are not static and which don't respond to the call of time. And therefore we will have to switch between our current model and the required model at virtually no notice. So driving this down to your teams will be very important. We can't sit back and say, because WHO's said that the pandemic is over, we won't have any other disruption in life, right? Related to this is the other point I want to make, is that ambiguity management can't be in handbooks. And I think over the part of my career, I've seen this is one ability in HR professionals which has given us the seat on the table. The ability of HR folks to deal with the grays and the ambiguous is perhaps higher, and I could be biased, than a lot of other functional leaders who who are trained to be very, very binary in their whole thinking. It's a 0 or 1 kind of approach, a lot of functions, particularly on the engineers, if I may say so. And therefore, we have an advantage of being able to interpret and decipher the unwritten, which doesn't mean we spend too much time reading between the lines and double guessing, which is not really needed. But I think we need to continue being able to sense how the outside world is shaping. Some of these conferences and the conclaves that we attend give us that foresight of being able to sense what could be done differently in coming times. Suffice it to say that good and great talent will continue to be a scarce commodity. There will never be a time when talent is plenty and talent is easily available. We will continue to chase that special talent. Each one of us would be running after the same high potential talent. Yeah. The other bit is very related to the pandemic which we went through, is that company culture is not static. Every organization in some ways or the other is redefining its culture. To me, culture is nothing but the exhibition of behaviors at the leadership level, and therefore the leadership behavior itself is being demanded differently by the workforce. The leadership behaviors are expected to be different than maybe 10 years back. So all the elements of sensitivity, empathy, humanity are expected behaviors today. And likewise, the leadership demands from the function have also significantly changed. They want HR to not just be in the conversations, but to have a very firm view on a lot of matters, and therefore people will need to be decisive. In my next slide, I have tried to cover in a model on what are trends and priorities for the HR heads. I think at the center, if you put the CHROs, there are 3 aspects of employee experience: the leadership or the managerial effectiveness and change management, and the encompassing environment or the framework has all kinds of pressure. There's economic pressure, talent is scarce, as we spoke, and there are global constraints on supply chain, etc. Some of you in those industries would really relate to this pressure extremely well. So moving on from the model, I want to spend some time on the HR priorities, which I believe every HR organization must keep in mind. These 4 priorities. Can we move, please? Yeah. So in my view, there are 4 HR top priorities amongst many others that we can continue to work upon and build expertise in our respective organizations. Fundamental is org design and change management. I think this is an expectation the boards have from the HR function very, very strongly. The boards expect org design principles to be discussed on the basis of the strategy that the company has going forward, and accordingly build enough capability in the organization for large change and transition management projects. The next one is around the continued agenda on leadership and managerial effectiveness. I think each one of us has, in one way or the other, worked a lot on this theme over the years, building competence frameworks, taking people through development centers, working on the development plans, and thereby creating a great correlation in the organization between individual development and growth for our respective workforce. The third HR priority, which will continue to be a very, very strong theme and an expectation from the function, is around the whole employee experience. I think the organizations are no longer patient to look at an annual climate survey or a satisfaction survey and HR coming with a plan that this is what we will do over the next 12 to 24 months. I think the organizations need a pulse at far more regular intervals. They expect every single touch point, whether it's an exit interview, which we do on a nearly daily basis, given the attrition rates we are all working with, and the other connects which the line managers are expected to regardlessly, build in their own working spheres. And therefore, the whole employee experience wouldn't be an annual exercise, but be an ongoing theme. And this puts a lot of pressure on the HR organization to collaborate and partner the line managers. And that, I think, is a great opportunity for the HR folks to demonstrate their ability to influence and guide and coach the line managers on the whole employee experience. The fourth one, much as I would have wished that this is no longer on the agenda, and it sounds very primitive, but the fact is that, we owe a lot of our existence to the whole need of recruiting and staffing in our respective organizations. And we cannot take our eyes off from this priority. I think without people, without the right people, without the right people at the right time, no organization can deliver or grow. And therefore, recruitment will continue to be an HR priority, at least in the shorter term, until we have a more stable talent environment and framework. The next bit that I want to talk about is how the organizations are evolving themselves. And there is a lot happening at a very, very macro level in every organization. I think this whole debate is happening in every single boardroom, every single conference room, the leadership team, management teams on articulating sharply what is our vision, what is our ambition framework, where do we want to reach, what are the milestones, measures, how will we determine that we are successful 3 years down the line. And therefore, a greater focus on this whole framework, and HR will have to play a great supporting role in defining this framework very, very sharply. Accompanied with this is the whole, the values framework of organization, and trying to see whether the organization values are congruent to the individual values that are important players in the organization. Because at the end of the day, the whole organization is a sum total of the contribution of the individuals, and they are in turn dependent on their teams. And so in a typical pyramid, the top team, their values being in sync with the organization is extremely important. And that in turn will help HR in really building or repairing our policies down the line. Yeah, I already spoke about the whole employee experience bit and these annual climate surveys, etc. We have been taking pride while a lot of that will continue. We also need to build, nurture, and develop a better understanding of people's anxieties, people's behaviors at work, and that sensitivity is needed constantly. Lastly, I want to stress that in every organization, the speed, the agility, and the pivoting ability or adaptability will have to be, of a very, very different level. Um, it's it's a different in day and age that we are working. I think um, people are not going to take an answer just because it's coming from the top leadership. There's greater accountability which will be demanded every day. The workforce that we're bringing in today, which is the first time workforce, is a very different kind of a workforce, and therefore what it will mean to the leadership moving from the organization. On this slide, I want to touch a few elements on what does it mean to the leadership agenda. And Lakshi, if we can move to the next slide, I want to spend some time on, given this is what organizations need to do, what is expected out of the leadership. I think first and foremost, the companies which exhibited courage in the last couple of years and had the courage of even admitting that they don't have answers to all the questions are the ones which have come out of the crisis a little better than the others. And therefore, that is going to be continuously a quality that the workforce in distressed times is going to look up to its leadership, whether our leaders have the courage, whether our leaders demonstrate the ability to stand and lead the troops. Yeah. The second bit is about having very clear personal vision. And while I spoke about the framework of the company's values and ambition being congruent to the individual leaders also need to very clearly communicate to the organization, to the boards, on where do they stand, and what are things which are important for them, and how are they aligned to the company values. Accompanied with this, we will have a lot of leadership agenda around two very strong themes: the ability to be creative, to constantly reinvent, rethink, challenge the status quo. And the other bit is around communication. I think in creative thinking, while we can't really define it in a short span of time, but I think the ability to think differently and to be able to think on feet is going to be very, very important, apart from the typical innovation, creative framework that we are all building in our organizations. On communication, I think my lesson in life has been it's never wrong to over communicate, and therefore communicate as much as you can, all the time, every time. And no amount of communication is ample. Yeah. I think the leadership will be expected to build programs which deliver an inclusive development, which is sustainable and not just a fancy program to impress people. So these are going to be the leadership expectations. Alongside, there will be greater stress on collaborative skills. Absolutely no place for individual fiefdoms and silos, etc. And lastly, I think there will be a lot of premium on leaders who have the resilience to draw out the reserves. And in order to be able to do that, leaders must also learn to, be able to take care of themselves, their own health, their own well-being, their own mental well-being, to be able to really help others. Very similar to the example that you get in the aircraft, that put your own airbag before helping others, including infants, etc. So extremely important that we all take care of ourselves to be able to take care of our respective teams and organizations. And this is going to be a continued theme at the organization level, at the leadership level. And what this translates into employee experience, I want to spend a little time around that. So I think one of the most important aspect is continuously sensing and scoping what is changing in the environment, and be insightful and having a little foresight about things to happen. The other bit is around understanding of all the stakeholders. I mean, you cannot disregard any one stakeholder today, whether it's your employee, your customer, your board. Every single element is important. The other thing which I think all HR folks are very good now at is understanding the business complexities. I think over the last 2-3 decades, HR's understanding of business and operations has significantly ramped up, and that will continue to define how the overall employee experience is, because that knowledge then helps us build plans and processes which the employee experience, through which the employee experience is better. The HR folks would continue to, participate, working closely with the other functions, the peer teams, and that will help in, understanding of the predictability models that we use in our businesses, and continue to do well in all of those areas which I've mentioned in terms of being flexible, continue to champion innovation and new ideas. When we spoke about the importance of courage in leadership, I think it is very correlated to the kind of culture we build, the processes that we bring in terms of not hanging people for failure, and therefore allowing people to do and learn from mistakes. And otherwise, this whole culture of innovation and new ideas will not prosper if people are scared of, the ramifications of mistakes or experiments which don't work out. And lastly, I want to, re-stress. We've spoken earlier about ability to work cross-functionally, etc. And we'll be continue to be expected to bridge all the silos in the organization. I know I'm exceeding time, but I have 2 more slides to cover. I'm going to talk about what in recruitment is important, and I will also spend a little time on how the HR leaders are expected to, continue to guide their organizations. So Lakshi will move to the recruitment slide. So in recruitment, I think we all need to re-prioritize our respective recruitment strategies, building stronger alignments to our respective businesses. And there won't be one approach for every organization, but this will continue to be a very strong theme. Companies and the HR teams will need to plan for multiple scenarios based on how the customer is changing his habits, how the markets are changing. And therefore, a lot of focus will move from, I know it, I've seen it for 20 years, I've seen it for 10 years, towards, more database decisions, analytics, leading towards, an insights-based management of the whole recruitment versus our respective gut feels. Onboarding will continue to be a great, strong theme for engagement, including, I believe, pre-recruitment interactions and the touch points that we get. And therefore, the whole e-recruitment ways of interacting and influencing the decision maker who wants to consider our organization as a potential place of work is very important, and companies will find ways to create those touch points and get benefits out of it. Intelligence-based sourcing capability, I mean, those engines, those predictive tools will certainly, serve all of us well, because we work in very, very different geographies. We can't have the same strategy for the West market as we would have for the East market. And I'm talking only about within India, not even talking about the global demands for sourcing. And finally, we have to create an equitable internal talent market, which will put a lot of stress on how we calibrate our people internally for promotions, for internal job postings, for internal promotions, vis-a-vis what we do for the lateral hires. And the two processes have to be calibrated so that, we don't use different yardsticks for the two talent pools. And moving on, I would now like to spend a little time around what the HR leaders are going to be expected to. I think it's a summary of the earlier slides, certain things recapped and will sound as repetitive to you. But this is the gist of what I want to leave with you. The CHRO's contribution will be benched, if not more, but at par with the CFO. I think that the whole troika of the CEO, CFO, and CHRO to be a very strong combination, and organizations which build this team successfully will be the ones which will lead over others in the coming times. We will be expected to have foresight and not be reactive, and this is a fact of life. And therefore, when a lot of critics ask us, why does the HR function have so many interactions and so many conferences and conclaves? I think the answer really is it builds us a better ability to understand what is coming our way, because in our respective workplaces, we get so drawn into, operational and firefighting matters that we lose sight of what's happening outside. The HR strategy, therefore, will need to be more anticipatory than, again, as I said, reactive. HR models will be tested against the changing business requirements, and therefore no model can be static and be a millstone around a neck, and therefore we must, whenever needed, constantly repair and change our own models. HR will need to pinpoint real contributors, stars, non-performers for sharper action plans. No longer, the leadership has time to debate and discuss this endlessly in our conference rooms over many, many days around our bell curves and conversations. I think leaders have a good sense of who the stars are, who are the non-contributors. They want HR to also equally understand on these outliers and call them out. Yeah. HR's success will be tested as that glue for the organization's success. And therefore, HR cannot play a passive role. It has to be in the game. It can't be at the game. And therefore, a greater focus on being in the center of every single business conversation. And lastly, as I started, I mentioned the whole leadership agenda is rebuilding humanity, empathy, compassion, and HR folks will need to continue to champion these elements into the day-to-day and build these behaviors in the organization. I think this is the sum and substance of what I believe we as a function will be expected to do. We'll be very happy to get feedback on elements which you believe could be added, and things that you believe I have not covered. And I'm wishing you all a very successful event today. Congratulations to the winners and congratulations to all the participants. Thank you very much. It's been a privilege to be able to address you. Thank you.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Kalsi. It was wonderfully enlightening, and so as it was expected, really. A few things which stayed with me and which I would quickly touch upon because they really resonated. It's about this whole perspective, of how do we, all the things that you just spoke about, they were in some way or the other means of achieving and braving the VUCA world that we keep talking about, the whole ambiguous world that we're dealing with. The other thing that stayed with me through the conversation or through your speech was how agility is very, very key critical to our success, and the fantastic concept of re-evolving, the spectrums of ambiguity, which we need to be prepared to deal with. And also, of course, what you touched upon in the end about the role of leadership, the core leadership, it's of great pertinence. And if we have to get the wheels moving towards great employee experience, it's imperative. Last but not the least, the troika of the CEO, CHRO, and the CFO. That is indeed the winning combination. So heartfelt gratitude from People First, Mr. Kalsi, for having spared your valuable time with us today, and indeed a great listen. Thank you so much, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
We would now move to our first panel discussion, making line managers the strong link in HRM. We have often heard that every manager is an HR manager, but how far are we really living it? Inviting our esteemed panelists and guests for today to share some valuable insights on this. But before we begin, I would take the opportunity of introducing our august guests to the audience. Mr. Sushant Dwivedi. Sushant is the Managing Director for India and the Philippines at SHL. He has more than 25 years of experience in the Indian IT industry, having worked in hardware, software, networking, and have managed services business for companies like Microsoft, Xerox, NCR, and Avaya in leadership roles. He's an electronics and communications engineer from Osmania University and obtained a PG diploma in business management from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. A very, very warm welcome this morning, Sushant.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nilakshi. Wonderful to be here today.
You're most welcome. Moving on to our next esteemed panelist, Mr. Sumit Sabharwal. Sumit is the CEO of TeamLease HR Tech Limited, I beg your pardon, a part of TeamLease Group, one of India's greatest providers of a wide range of HR technology products. In his current role, he's responsible for spearheading the organization's business growth, P&L, top line, profitability, cash flows, sustainability, scalability, digital innovation, strategy, planning, and execution. Sumit, it's indeed a pleasure to have you with us here today. Very warm welcome.
Thank you, Nilakshi, and it's a pleasure for me to be on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to Mr. Alok Ranjan, Associate Vice President, HR BCCL. An XLRI alumnus, Alok Ranjan has played a significant role in areas of talent acquisition and retention, organization development, building organizational capability, OD, restructuring change management, people capability, and employee engagement across renowned organizations, namely SAIL, Tata Steel, ICICI, Casey, and the Times Group. His experience spans across a spectrum of industries from steel, automobile, banking, manufacturing, and media. He brings with him deep understanding of organizational work setting, factors contributing in building culture, experience in managing organizational change and driving employee alignment and purpose through deeper employee connect and effective communication. Last, and Alok, a very, very warm welcome to you. Thank you for participating.
Thank you, Nilakshi. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, sir. Last but certainly not the least, I welcome Pradeep Bangalore, Senior Director, HR at Kudelski Group, as the moderator of this discussion. But before that, Pradeep is a multi-skilled HR professional with a diverse repertoire of knowledge and experience. He has been instrumental in conceptualizing, streamlining, and realigning HR methodologies with the objective of driving business growth and excellence. His expertise lies in building unique work cultures by implementing effective performance management solutions, empathy-driven diversity programs, and outlining policies for fair compensation and welfare. A very warm welcome, Pradeep, and a warm welcome to the entire panel. Have a great discussion, gentlemen. Pradeep, you're on mute. Over to you now.
Something I think I never learned happens to me all the way. So I was just telling good morning to everybody, and thanks, Nilakshi, for this wonderful introduction. A privilege and an honor to be a part of this never-ending discussion. 20 years back, I remember talking about this in our textbooks as MBA students, and even today, we talk about it with so much importance. So that kind of tells that it is evolving, it is important, and with times, the linkages need to be redefined and reimagined. With that thought, I would request the August panel that we have here today to open their statements with their perspective of what do they think is making line managers the strong link in HRM. Are we doing it the way we should, or is it's a discussion that's cliche? Over to you, gentlemen. We can start one after another. Shashank, can we go with you first, please?
Could we go ahead? Let me set the context in, and thanks for that, Pradeep. I think, like you very aptly called out, it's a point which goes and has been debated from our B-School days and continues to be an evolving point of discussion today. One of the key areas which I wanted to go ahead and take on was just the word manager. Yeah, and the context of manager comes in two sides. When you're going ahead and managing something along with people, yeah, or you could be a program manager also, and you're still having to work with a lot of people. So when you start looking at it, it all starts boiling on to the people function and everything to do with people, starting from the point of planning to hiring to going ahead and firing, if so required. So the entire employee life cycle begins and ends with the manager. You know, even if you're at the CEO level, you're having a board which is going ahead and sitting up with you, and so on and so forth. So there are people that you're going in and having to work. And if we look at the way we go ahead and look at work, the 9 to 6, if you want to go ahead and qualify it as 9 to 6, or in today's time, people will call it 24/7 because of the way technology has gone ahead and come in. So when you're going ahead and the couple of points which go ahead and come in, and some of them were going ahead and getting alluded in the earlier conversation when Mr. Manmohan was going ahead and calling out, hey, the manager needs to first take care of his well-being. You put on your mask first, and then go ahead and have everybody else go ahead and put on the mask first. And that's where the core context comes in. And I would want to go ahead and provide a preview, because we go ahead and, as SHL, work with multiple organizations. And is the manager function, and I will qualify it more appropriately, the people management function which a manager needs to go ahead and carry, is that being taken the right way to go ahead and ensure that the right person is going ahead and getting picked for that job? And I would say there is still a significant amount of bias which goes in and comes in, where it is the performance part of it which starts going ahead and getting looked at rather than the potential or capability part of it. While a lot of organizations, let me not call it out in a wide span, but a lot of organizations have the right approaches to be able to go ahead and identify it. But I would say it's still calling in terms of, you know, a high performer being thrust into the job of being a people manager also, and the person could have been a great individual contributor, was a great individual contributor, but was given the task of people management, and he's falling all over the place. So I think the responsibility there lies more with the organization in terms of bringing in objective information and making that available in the form of learning, development, and whatsoever it may be to help people, and making the right choices to go ahead and put the right people in the right job. So that's where I'll pause in at this point in time and place it on to my other counterparts who are there on the panel to be able to position in their point of view.
Great points. I mean, yeah, just a minute before we move on. Great points there, Shashank. As you rightly pointed out, right, are we doing the right thing? Are they kind of doing it organically, or are we not? Sometimes it also depends on what the organization focuses, what's the maturity of them developing their line managers as people managers right from the beginning, because the focus of the performance management is always on technical or their matrices or whatever that they kind of have to go. It is never on, I mean, I don't know, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's never on a people agenda. Only HR professionals have KRAs on people agenda. So, and once on one fine day, you kind of put them on a people manager kind of a perspective. As you rightly pointed out, the organization should take owners there. Valid point. We will hold on to that thought, but come back to that in some context. But moving over to you, Sumit, in continuation to what Shashank has said, we can have your opening remarks as to what you think about in your expertise of the link of managers, how important, not, etc. And with that, one important question that also gets carried out is what kind of responsibilities over and above their defined roles do line managers end up undertaking that makes them so valuable? At least I think we have established that they're valuable, of course, but so what makes them so, apart from the perspective that you're going to bring?
Certainly. Thanks, Shashank and Pradeep. I think a very valuable point shared by Shashank on this. I think very important that line managers are a strategic link and between what the overall vision of the organization is, the mission is, and then what is actually getting delivered on the ground. Because they're a direct contact with various people who are executing, which are interfacing with the other stakeholders outside the organizations. So important things which they do apart from the normal responsibilities is certainly a lot of policy implementations which are decided at various levels, whether it's immediate critical policy or it's a long-term policy that has to be done. Second is I feel that for the career pathing or in terms of the talent identification is something that line managers go beyond the KPIs or KRAs or OKRs and understand the softer side of the people, understand the potential, who are going to be the key players, etc. So that softer aspect is something that gets identified. Another thing which is unsaid is the kind of engagement levels. I mean, how do you create that better engagement with the people? So those are the things, and then we have got things like conflict resolution. How do you ensure that the workplace becomes more inclusive? And yes, in case of change management, how are things done in terms of smooth transitions, in terms of communicating the changes, in terms of maintaining the morale. So these are some of the aspects, Pradeep, which are not written anywhere in terms of the exact duties or KRAs or KPIs, but certainly that one goes beyond, the line managers go beyond the call of duty and ensure that it's important for the smooth running and optimizing of an organization.
Thanks, Sumit. I think you bring out a very valuable point there, stating that these are unwritten rules. They come as a part of your responsibilities, and which the line managers take up over and above. Great point. And if I may link it to what Sushant said earlier, stating that are the organizations doing enough? I think that is one missing link which we have noticed now, stating that it is always on the managers going over and above the call of duty. And maybe the organizations need to pitch in a little more organically for them to be successful in their new roles as people managers from individual contributors. With that thought, we move to the third panel member that we have with us today. Alok, please welcome, and over to your perspectives.
No, I think Sumit and Sushant has highlighted the role. I just want to highlight a couple of points here. See, employees see organization, experience organization through the lens of manager's behavior. So he's the one who is connected day in, day out. We all may say anything about as I said, the vision alignment and strategy link. That happens through the manager. So it's very important that he plays multiple roles as part of a people manager. Typically, all of us know that business results is the primary responsibility of a business manager. But he doesn't do it on his own. He does it through his team, this team who delivers for him. Hence, he needs to do the three managerial functions that he has to. It's not just the operations that he is responsible for. He has to do all the three functions, that is tasking, tending, and trusting. And that's the way I put it. The tasking he is very adept at, because that is his day-to-day job. But where we get into trouble is that we have not trained them for tending and trusting. Tending is basically building capability to deliver the results, and trusting is the building a high-performance team who will take the organization to the next level. Now, these two are the things which Sushant also highlighted, that we bring, whom do we make people managers? There is a huge performance bias in choosing who will be the people manager rather than the people capability. And that's where the organization still has to work. Some of the organization has done a tremendous job in this area, but as an economy, if I had to look at, there is still a lot to do. There are organizations, and I think Sushant will be able to say more because he will have a lot of clients where he will have experience. There is still a huge amount of work to do there. Even in established organizations like ours, we have to continuously focus on how do we build people capability in managerial hierarchy. That's one thing you can't take your eyes off. Second,
great. Yeah, sorry.
Second point I will say is that, however, the large amount of time, the way employee look at his manager is either for his work or something which is expected, but something is not happening. So you go to him for resolutions. Now, how are we enabling managers using technology? That is what I think will be making a huge difference in how we progress in building this capability.
Great, Alok. Third good perspective, three good perspectives, but what I see is a convergence, right? So the main question would be, do companies today focus enough on specialized trainings for these line managers? I think the three of you gave very good points, valid points, but it all comes down to, are we equipping them enough with respect to the context that you just set in? And how can line managers work more closely with HR teams? Like we are talking about triads between management, HR, and the front line to focus on growth or learning and development of their teams, and most importantly, themselves to be successful in the new role. I'm imagining that the most difficult area could be when they're first-time managers. So how do you think that we could ensure with these specialized trainings, the success of these managers? It's open to anybody.
Let me take some an initial point in over here, and this is where I'm placing in from insights that I go ahead and gain from various organizations that one goes in and works with. The fundamental task which goes and comes on is to be able to remove the bias within the organization. Yeah, Alok spoke a little while earlier in terms of, hey, the teams or people within the organization view the organization through their managers. Okay, and if the manager himself or herself is going in and casting in a set of biases, which we all have, right? So how do you go ahead and get them to go ahead and be more dispassionate and be able to move away from biases? I'll take a personal example in over here. I came in from the tech industry, and one had been working with people all across when one was there in the tech industry. But when I came into the domain of HR tech and started getting deeper into HR, okay, while one had gone ahead and done people management courses, OB and so on and so forth during your B school, you know, how much of it do we actually bring into our workplace, to our learning, and how much of it we are able to register? So I actually opened up books around psychology, which I'd never studied in school, books around philosophy, which I'd never studied in school. And these are subjects where you're coming in from a science stream, you know, and during our generation, we were limited on to, okay, this is what you're going to do, maths, physics, chemistry, then you're going into engineering and so on and so forth. So my thing is, how do you start bringing in objective information, objective data, and start enabling and making that available? So one, the organization has to have that available. And second, be able to provide it back to the people who are being given that responsibility. I think unless and until I know what my team members are like, what their likes are, what their dislikes are, what are their styles of working, what is it that they prefer. There's so many nuantic elements which are available, which, yes, as a good manager, as an experienced manager, I go ahead and gain a lot of things as insights, or what one would typically want. I know how to identify a great guy because that's my gut feel. This guy is going to be great, and we'll go ahead and get him on. So how do we start making that more and more objective? So that's where I'll place it, and I'll pass it on to the others. How do we provide people with more objective information? Alok called out, how do we enable them? How do we use technology? How do we use science to be able to enable people to be able to take right decisions, reduce bias, and move forwards? I'll pass it back.
At the right juncture, right? When we have to kind of define how do we become more objective? Do we need higher levels of manager sensitization, especially in target-oriented functions, right? I mean, there is, for instance, empathy, and we are talking about DEI. All of us are talking about DEI. At one point in time, it was a good thing to have, you know, makes the organization looks well. But currently, it is the need of the hour, right? And with the sensitization, I mean, we all have, I'm sure this is not a very niche area of having unconscious bias and bringing that sensitivity or counseling services to them. How effective has this been in, you know, grinding down at the DNA level? Because the managers would be, you know, as many years old that they are. And in our experiences, we have noted that adult learning, right, has to be a strong push, experiential, and then itself it becomes a part of a DNA. So with that thought, Sumit, you also mentioned about you know, bringing some sort of an objectivity in your earlier discussion. So how do you think these biases go away? Over to you. And how do we think, you know, you would help somebody remove these, become more objective and remove subjectivities, even though we are aware of?
Yeah. I think, Pradeep, a very important thing is, you know, to train our managers, or, you know, the people managers. And certainly, you know, we in today's world, We've got a lot of training tools which are available. But emotional intelligence and the kind of softer aspects in terms of people understanding are important. So when we take care of all this, there's a very important role that technology today plays in terms of assisting the line managers, in terms of having a more comprehensive 360 degrees view of their team members. And when I say 360-degree views, I'm not only alluding on the fact that the performance or what they are supposed to do in the office, but also their overall well-being in terms of their health parameters, the entire comprehensive understanding in terms of the ups and downs that they are going in their lives outside their office hours, in terms of their spending patterns, in terms of their likes and dislikes, which kind of reward program motivates a particular section of employees, which is the more stressful part of the month, part of the year for which particular department. So, so all these things which affect a better understanding of your team from a line manager perspective today are enabled by technology. If a line manager has an access to what is the motivation trigger for, say, a sales employee versus a IT employee versus another department employee, at what level, so that conversation can be fine-tuned to better understand and better provide the kind of motivation level, the inclusion levels, the engagement levels. And hence it can take the entire relationship between line manager and the team to a completely different level, vis-a-vis just going on the traditional tools to understand and which are time consuming also. And I'll also like to add in the same breath that, see, today after the pandemic, the working styles are very, very different. I mean, it's a hybrid working style. Not always you will be able to do a face-to-face conversation with your team members. We are in different geographies. The time zones sometimes are very, very different. So technology plays a super critical role in today's world to enable and provide line managers with that kind of a lever to go many, many, many steps ahead than what it used to be about 5 to 7 years back.
Great points there. I mean, just before I move to Alok, right? So I noticed a very peculiar combination that's working here, and which I totally agree to. We heard Sushant speak about gut, right? Even after years of experience, even after knowing the know-hows, the processes, the policies, etc., senior leadership or leaders or managers, experienced managers especially, do rely a lot of their decision-making, for instance, on their gut, irrespective of what the data is being presented. And here you bring up an important concept of technology, playing that role and giving the managers of today a better opportunity of making the right decision and the right choices, given the circumstances that they are in today. How do you think this correlates? Just a quick know-how of that.
See, technology will continue to play the role. But at the same time, you can't take away the human judgment. That's why things move. Technology only enhances our capability to have a better judgment. A manager will make choices. End of the day, when he has to decide about his people, he will make choices. But his choices now will be based on much more informed set of data. He will now know the person better. He will know what is working in the team better. He will have better dashboards. There are today technology platforms, AI-enabled technology, engagement technology platform, which captures moods, creates analytics and insight board for every manager. So he's better informed. Earlier, he was having anecdotal data sets heard from 1 or 2 or 3 employees. Today, he has a dashboard which is much more inclusive, which is much more. So technology will continue to enable and human judgment will keep taking things forward. So both has to work in tandem. And that is how things will keep moving on. Say, for example, if you,
before,
yeah.
Sir, please then.
So I said these two has to work in tandem. And when it comes to manager, what technology does is bring the outside information in. But at the same time, what earlier Sushant said is that we have to continuously focus on building that capability in the manager to take a very, very judicious decision. And for that, we will have to keep working on his values and belief systems. That's where we will work on the manager, but at the same time, we will use technology to enable him with much wider set of data to make that so-called gut decision, which is will be much more informed.
Gut remains irrespective.
That will always be there. It's human.
So, Pradeep, I'll take an example in over here and put to a point. And this was a recent research which we went ahead and completed. Yeah, we've been talking about interviewing, right? And the first engagement of a manager with a team actually starts when he's interviewed him the first time, when he's going across multiple candidates and he's interviewed a particular candidate. And interviewing by itself is a 250-year-old work process that we've gone in and had. The point on technology which came up, that was interviewing would typically go ahead and happen in a closed room. Yeah. And then it would go ahead and happen over telephone calls between two people. When video interviewing came in, yeah, you would have seen so many platforms go and say, hey, we can rate the candidate for you and so on and so forth, and we'll provide objective information about the candidate. We took a different perspective. We said, hey, let's rate the interviewer. So today you're able to go ahead and call out, okay, these interviewers are great to go ahead and go in front of candidates. These interviewers, they need to be skilled up on A, B, C. These are nuantic elements that they can go ahead and improve on. And these people, don't please put them in front of candidates, because once a candidate has been rejected, the first place where he goes ahead and provides negative feedback is on the web, which is going ahead and bringing down your employer branding and all of that. So look at the importance of that line manager. That single interview could be going ahead and having a much wider impression of the organization getting cast into the world.
Great. So a holy trinity, right? We are talking about biases, we're talking about gut, we are talking about technology, we are talking about being objective. With all three pulling in each other directions, no correlation, I think there is a semblance that has been created and harmony towards when the decision has been made. Otherwise, most of the organizations and most of us here today wouldn't be where we are, right? You pointed out a very important point, and of course, Sumit and Alok did mention in the earlier discussions as well. And you gave a classic example of interviews, the number of interviews that happened. I know, especially in the tech industry where I come from, the past 2 years have been difficult and how, right? The offer declines were at 90%, which was unprecedented, right? Thereby, the stress on the interviewers to do so many more interviews, take the cost of all these new joinees not joining. So there is always the pressure of the workload and pandemic, right? Their personal crisis that all of us had to go through was in fact one of the most difficult years in the recent times I think anybody would have gone through. Given this concept, what do you or your company do to empower line managers in terms of their well-being, their growth? How do you support them? Do you need more of an EAP, that's the Employee Assistance Program support? How do you manage it? And this is open to all the three of you.
Let me take this first. See, pandemic gave a totally different experience to all of us. The kind of a scare that was there, nobody knew how economy is going to shape up next. And especially media company, especially newspaper company, where everything starts with a touch. Your morning starts with a newspaper. And that was touch was a scare thing. So it was like where we are heading for. Of course, it helped us to rediscover ourselves, what we are and how do we do. So that is at our organizational level. But when it comes to employee, the main issue was anxiety. And what we did is take the anxiety out. So we did a lot of things at that time, and most of the organization did that one to take the anxiety out of the life of an employee. But what it also showed us, the way it has impacted employees, how it has brought them back to the main work stream when things improved better. Because everything was standstill during that lockdown period. And after 3 months, when you have to rebuild that everything, bringing it back was a big challenge. And this is what we learned during that pandemic. How do you bring them back to the work? How do you bring them, build that culture? How do you build that tempo of organizational processes? That is the big learning during that period. And I think we have to keep that, taking it forward. How do you take it forward? So here I have a couple of things. During that period.
Alok, you went on mute, Alok.
Alok, you went on mute.
Oh, sorry. Was it mute right since the beginning?
No, just the last part.
Okay.
You were stating the examples. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I touched the screen, I think. See, what I was saying is that what we learned during that period is that during that period, manager took the responsibility of his team members for his health, for his well-being, for his family, and also bringing him back to the workplace, restarting the business process and bringing it back in a very short span of time. If you look at the way our economy has bounced back, by November, our economy was coming back on a full swing. I'm talking about 2020. So there, that learning of how you utilize this link, that the strategic link of the mass with the strategy, that is what we need to carry forward. Anything that we want to do, they becomes the link. And that's today's topic is very, very relevant to carry forward that learning. I will add just one more point here. So when we talk about taking the organization to the next level, whatever vision we put in place, manager play a key role in mobilizing the energy of the masses. And when I say masses here, it is the people, it's the employees that matters. And that's we learned during the pandemic. And I think that we need to carry forward.
Great points. Before we move to Sushant and Sumit to kind of voice out, because I think today we are talking about well-being, right? I mean, that's the buzz everywhere. And well-being is different for different people. We're talking about emotional intelligence. People have moved on to spiritual intelligence, not in terms of religion or otherwise, but in terms of where they could find their peace. And that's a very hard thing to define. So before I come there, is there something that the senior leadership can do to ensure that, people stay healthy, stay focused, because the new normal is not new anymore. This is the way it is going to be. We are never going to go back 5 days a week or some, every day in office kind of a scenario, just to kind of quote an example.
Hello.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, I think it got frozen, but now it's fine. Okay.
Okay, so making this simple, also given the paucity of time that we have right now, how can senior leadership ensure that this is, not done as a checklist, but becomes the DNA of everyone's life at work or otherwise? So, Sushant.
See, it starts, I'll put it as two elements, and one at a very, very basic level. When I'm looking at it from a very basic level in terms of how do you go ahead and get an initial engagement going, be it a one-on-one or be it a group meeting. When we are there face to face, there's those dialogues, etc., which go ahead and happen in the room, and everybody is able to go ahead and sit together, break ice, and then get into the meeting. How do you go ahead and replicate the same thing when you're going into a Zoom meeting or a team call and so on and so forth? So the ice-breaking part of it, being very conscious about it to go ahead and make everybody feel comfortable, feel one, and be engaged into whatever is that conversation which is going in and happening. And one of the core elements on that, or elements of dialogue which go ahead and happen on that, is what? Weather, well-being, and so on and so forth. So making that part of it as a contextual, I'm talking about it at a very basic level. But when you start looking at it at an organizational level, getting the managers and the people under them to go ahead and have it called out sufficiently well to them in terms of what's available to them. I know of organizations who have an employee assistance program, and you go ahead and ask the employee, and he wouldn't even know about it or what it is about. Yeah. So how are you getting that information across? Do line managers carry a role in that? Yes, line managers carry a role in that. Okay. But so that would come in at an organization level. So what is it that the organization, and every organization will have a different capacity, a different capability set to go ahead and take it downwards. Some will have more wherewithal to go ahead and support across. Some may not have as much available to be able to go ahead and support across. So every organization has to be able to find its balance. There's a lot which can be done for the employees. And whatever the organization can get done for the employees, that is finally going to go and flow through the manager. So we can keep thinking about the employees, but that's when I think Mr. Kalsi's discussion again comes back. Put your own mask on first.
Correct.
So how do you go ahead and enable that for the managers, that they first start looking at themselves? Because if they are in the best of mental health, they're going to go ahead and ensure that the team and the rest of the organization which they have with them is going ahead and operating at a similar level.
So finally, Sumit, coming to you, is there a way where technology can help all of us, not exclusively the line managers, bring this sense of semblance and if yes, how do you think that could carry forward?
Okay, sure. So I think, Pradeep, very, very important points which were brought forward by Alok as well as Sushant in terms of various software aspects and the kind of human intervention for sure which is required. Now, when we see the world transforming, we are seeing a lot of virtual teams building up, and like you also mentioned that in near future we can't imagine all of us coming back in full strength to offices, and even if we are there, then maybe not at the same place. So one is certainly the entire digital acceleration that has been I'll say forced in a way by pandemic to everyone. So wherever top management was already planning for it, was flexible in adopting it, we have seen that those companies have been more resilient and have been coming out of pandemic even stronger than their peers, where things were slightly different. Technology will play a very, very critical role in terms of one, getting everyone connected, right? In terms of various platforms, whether you call it collaboration technology for work, whether you call it, the KRAs, whether a person is able to do his work properly, he can be assisted by his line manager, or whether his interactions or his ability to reach out for help on a virtual level, is that available or not? So all that is enabled by technology. So one is work technology that will certainly benefit. Second is for the entire employee well-being and inclusiveness, because there are a lot of challenges in terms of isolation, in terms of physical distances which come in. And if a manager or a line manager or management is able to know the pulse of the employee in terms of how he's feeling about the work, is he being supported? Is there any overall well-being need that has to be addressed for that particular worker who is a team of 10 people working in 10 different locations? So those are the inputs that technology surveys or interactions or those kinds of virtual events can help the management to understand. And once the AI, once the AI understands that, it can give top 3 or top 5 options to manage, to their line managers, to the management. And if there is a requirement of an external person to come in and enable the team on certain gaps which are found, those all things are very very important, that the structured data driven inputs can take out, and that is only possible by using a good technology in place, so that actionables to improve are done. So that's one part. Second part is, once the actionables are done, how do you capture the improvements in terms of various software aspects and hardware aspects? That is also completely enabled by technology. And then third is, then an ongoing career pathing, etc. So I mean, it's a vital link. It's like it's like the nerve which is there. It's important, and companies which have leveraged this, we are seeing the results for them.
Great. Thanks, Sumit. I do see Nilakshi here with us now, and about 5 minutes to conclude about the plethora of things that we just talked about. Nilakshi, before I come to you, and I seek the audience if they would have any questions for the three of you, just a final pointer from me, right? We studied it here, studied about it in our OB textbooks 20, 30 years back. The problem remains the same. The context intensifies. Organizations are doing a whole lot, but since there are variabilities that come in, such as pandemic, and which has made us even more stronger, think innovatively, reimagine ourselves, the problem still persists. Right? We as people managers, or we as organization, tend to do a whole lot, make people successful, because one point is certain, that amongst gut biases, technology, and all the other things that came in together in this discussion, the first and the predominant link that we have with the large base of employees as managers, according to a recent report, 80% of what the manager says is what the employees take, irrespective of communicating and over-communicating that all of us do, right? And with that thought, Nilakshi, before I come to you, can we seek if there are any questions from the audience who have been listening to this great conversation?
Pradeep, I think at the back end, we would be collating questions and coming back in between the sessions in case there are. And I would probably just jump in to be able to answer those questions in case they come in.
Sure. Over to you, Nilakshi.
So, gentlemen, I think that was a fantastic discussion, and the whole beauty of this group is that there are two gentlemen who have been in operations before, namely Sushant and Sumit. And there are two gentlemen who are hardcore HR. And that is why this composition was so interesting for me as to where is the point of convergence. And the interesting and the great thing is that there is a point of convergence, right? So we all believe in what we are talking about. And however, it is this thing about, is it by design that organizations are propagating this? Or is it still very, very individual centric? Again, I think there is some sort of convergence there. It is not a binary 1:0, that it is only driven by organizations in a fantastic formatted way, or it is only driven by individuals. So we are coming to some point of convergence, but yes, a long way to go. The interesting piece that I picked up from your conversation was the thin line between AI and EQ, the technology and the humane aspect of things. And I think that is, again, a very, very thin path that we are treading on, that how much of AI takes over, how much of EQ, or vice versa. But that's our reality again, and we're going to be living with that reality and doing a great job at it, I'm sure. My heartiest thanks to Sushant, Sumit, Alok, and of course, not the least, to Pradeep for doing such a fantabulous job of hosting this show and getting us some great thoughts across. And I think it was an enriching experience to hear you all. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Appreciate your presence today.
Thank you so much.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Arun.
you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Sumit. Thanks, Susan.
Thank
Do
you.
join us on the link if you have time and do see a bit of the show. That would be great.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin with the awards. I would just need a thumbs up from my backend team, Nasruddin, who is my pivotal spoke here, that we are ready. Fantastic. So we would begin with the group award categories, and I would begin with the category which is very close to my heart, and we've been having a lot of discussion around this category. So diversity and inclusion initiatives. Diversity and inclusion, ladies and gentlemen, has come a long way beyond just being policies, programs, and headcounts. Organizations which have embraced D&I as a compelling and rewarding way of life would be ahead of their competition in more ways than one. And we have seen that in a few of our presentations, which we were looking at a couple of days ago. We celebrate the success of these organizations at the HR Excellence Awards with great elan. Calling upon the very proud winners in this category, Concentrix Dutch Services India Private Limited. A big hand. Our second winner, and albeit a deserving one, Hindustan Unilever Limited. Our third winner in tow for diversity initiatives is Reliance Jio Infocom Limited. Our fourth winner with some fantastic initiatives in the foray, Talwandi Sabo Power Limited. And as I always say, it is just a sequence, so nobody's in the last, nobody's the first. But the fifth winner in this category is Vibriti Capital Private Limited. A big hand. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the organization which has steered a little ahead, but far, in championing the cause is Tech Mahindra. A big round of applause. Our next category for today is internal communications. Now, effective internal communication helps ensure that all members of the organization are working collaboratively towards a common goal. It develops a cohesive culture and empowers employees to make the right decisions in line with the organization's goals. So, notwithstanding that this is very key to the success of any organization, and the organization that has emerged as a champion of the cause is National Stock Exchange Information Technology. Big hand for them, ladies and gentlemen. Our third category, the best POSH strategy. While we want more and more women to join our workforce and make meaningful contributions to our society, it is important and imperative for the workplaces to be safe for them. And the organization that has championed the cause in more ways than one is none other than Tech Mahindra again. Our next category is talent acquisition. Organizations have long moved from the concept of plain Jane recruitment to that of talent acquisition. HR leaders have played a critical role in acquiring key talent and contributing towards profitability and sustainability. I remember our speaker, Mr. Kalsi, referring to the trio between a CHRO, a CEO, and CFO. And more often than not, talent acquisition is that spoke in the wheel, which actually contributes to this trio. Calling upon winners in this category of leading practices in talent acquisition is Talwandi Sabo Power Limited. Championing the lead practices in this field, and we saw some wonderful practices indeed here. I would love to congratulate PNB MetLife India Insurance Company Limited. Big hand for them. Health and well-being. This category has taken precedence over so many others in the recent past. And the health and well-being of employees has become more pertinent than ever before in recent times. Companies are struggling to create an impact in this space to be able to boost and in some ways regain employee confidence. We just had a beautiful panel discussion where I heard so many times the panel coming up and saying it is important to keep my managers healthy and well. And that is exactly what these organizations have done with Elan, ladies and gentlemen. The organizations which have done the same impactfully and the proud winners in this category are Infosys BPM, Times Pro, a Times of India group initiative, WNS Forum. Heartiest congratulations to all the three winners. Now coming to the champion in this category of award, none other than AU Small Finance Bank. Heartiest congratulations, guys. Our next category is close to the heart of most HR professionals, which is talent management. And it is very obvious by the number of winners we have in this category that the amount of work that goes into the space. So talent management is a constant process these days, which involves attracting and retaining high quality employees, developing their skills, and continuously motivating them to improve their performance. The primary purpose being to create a motivated workforce who will stay with your company in the long run. The organizations who have excelled in this endeavor and are winners in this category are Tessa Goa Vedanta Limited, the second winner in this category, Copper Business Vedanta Limited again. And we saw some great work from our third winner, Emphasis Limited. The proud champion, ladies and gentlemen, in this category is Hindustan Zinc Limited. A big hand for them. Our next category is still relevant, and I think it will still stay relevant for a while. It is called the pandemic response category. Why is it still relevant for us, considering that we think that the pandemic is not there with us anymore? It is about us remembering and it is also about us staying prepared at all points in time. Nominations in this category were reviewed for outstanding responses to manage the impacts of the pandemic situation, inculcating the regulations required to maintain a safe and healthy workplace, and ensuring to mitigate reputational risk of business and effective communication to the workforce. Proud to present the champion in this space, undoubtedly Infosys VPN. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is employee relations in relation to industrial relations. To form strong relations with its staff or workforce, it's imperative in today's environment, undoubtedly. This may range in a scale from industrial relations across large sections of the workforce, or in the management of disputes involving individuals, or how they deliver relevant development opportunity and how the implementation and outcomes are monitored and measured. And this, as we would all agree, is extremely critical in today's environment. The winner in this award category is proud to present Piaggio Vehicles Private Limited. Steering a little ahead, however, champions in this category is Hindustan Zinc Limited. Congratulations to both. The last category before we break for the next panel discussion is Impactful HR Strategy. This award recognizes the innovative approach to people practices, demonstrating passions of the teams to make it work and taking into account the environmental and organizational challenges. And the winners in this category are Chennai Metro Rail Limited, and Ferroalloys Corporation Limited. Big hand. The ones who have gone the little distance extra, the champions in this category, Kane Oil and Gas Vedanta Limited. With this, we come to the end of the first section of our group awards, ladies and gentlemen. We would take a short 10 minutes break before we get our next panel together, and we will see you in straight 10 minutes. Would usher in the next panel together in the room, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathering back, awaiting the panel for the next discussion. As soon as all of them are in, we are going to be jump starting into the discussion.
Hello, Nilakshi. Padma Kumar here.
Hi, PK. I'm just waiting for everybody to come in so that I can do a round of introductions and then we can begin.
Perfect, perfect.
Hello, PK. Hello, Nilakshi.
Hi.
Hi, Nimisha. Very warm welcome.
Thank you. I hope we have Vijay. There was going to back and forth happening.
We are live, and yes, I think we have Vijay.
Oh, we are? Sorry. I'm so sorry because I thought we were going to be live by 12.
That's all right, Nimisha. We're just getting used to yourself. We're just waiting for two more of our panelists to join in, and we're going to be beginning without a delay once we have them on.
Hi, Nilakshi. Morning. Hello, Pradeep, and everyone else.
Good morning. We're live, and I will be introducing all of you in a jiffy.
Thank you.
Hey, Mona. Hi.
Hi, Namisha. Hello.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are just on time to move to our second panel discussion. And I would like to give a little brief, which is very close to my heart when I talk of this panel discussion. It says sustainability is a social goal about the ability of people to coexist. Now, keeping that thought in mind, what our August panel is here to discuss today is, will renewed sustainability goals drive HR back to basics? I would like to invite our esteemed guests to be a part of this interesting and thought-provoking discussion. However, before that, let me begin with a short introduction. Ms. Mohana MD. Mohana is the Chief People and Culture Officer at Better Place, Asia's largest SaaS and frontline workforce management platform. Mohana comes with over 15 years of experience in BFSI and IT sectors. She has led large-scale talent transformations in companies like SAP, Fidelity Investments, and Standard Chartered Bank's Global Business Services. Mohana believes that in a changing global work order, it is important to see employees as more than just resources, but as enablers. Hence, at Better Place, she would be focusing on building a participative, inclusive culture, which would act as a catalyst to Better Place's journey of growth. She would be leading initiatives to build a common currency of trust, innovation, and oneness across Better Place employees working out in different geographies. Prior to joining Better Place, Mohana brought about innovative change in the workplace to help employees adapt to the changing dynamics of the world. As always, a pleasure to see you, Mohana, and a warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Nilakshi, and a pleasure to be here with the fellow panelists and to all our audience today. Thank you for taking time to join us.
Moving on to our next panelist, PK, as I like calling him, or Mr. P. Padmakumar, Executive Director, Human Resources and CSR, Head, Cent Coben India Private Limited. Over last 19 years, PK is responsible for driving change, in management through proactive industrial relations, restructuring people in the organization for a better future. He has brought about diverse experiences in academics and research in HR. He's overseen mergers and acquisitions of organizations and helped people build people capability and leadership. He has an active involvement in EFSI, EFI, CII, and the Board of Apprenticeship. He has various awards and accolades to his credit for his remarkable contribution in the area of CSR. A very warm welcome to you, PK. Really look forward to some really enriching conversation with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nilakshi. Thank you to all the panel members.
I'm so happy to see Vijay. Vijay, welcome. Vijay Yalamanachili is the founder of Keka, an HR automation service company that offers reliable and efficient HR software to SME businesses. Besides understanding and leveraging current business trends and industry insights, Vijay also looks after the growth and management of the organization. Also, at the helm of tech-led customer-centric brand, he spearheads product design and strategizes product-led development. Vijay holds a BTech degree in Electronics and Communications from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University of Hyderabad and an MS degree in Computer Science from the University of Delaware, USA. Vijay, we understand that you have made it despite of difficulties at your end, and I can't tell you how thankful we are for you.
My pleasure. Thanks for the warm welcome.
Moving to last but definitely not the least, our firebrand moderator, Nimisha Rana Pathak. Nimisha is the HR country head for Alvarez & Marshall India Limited. She and her team are responsible for designing and driving initiatives for A&M India that makes it a state-of-the-art firm with evolved and sustainable people organization. Prior to her current role, Nimisha was the HR business head for the Boston Consulting Group India. And before that, she worked with Accenture Consulting for a span of 7 years. Her 16 years of HR experience across various consulting firms has given her a unique perspective about this industry and has helped her carving the most appropriate people agenda for the firms. During her tenure at A&M India, Nimisha has seen the headcount grow to double, and the human resource function has developed a holistic approach to deliver people solutions. Nimisha comes with an undying zeal and passion for her job, and is known to possess an energy that is infectious and obvious. A hearty welcome, and over to you, Nimisha.
Thank you so much, Nilakshi. That was quite a warm introduction. And with that energy, I welcome the panel here as well, and hope we have a very high energy and a very, very enriching discussion today. And as we all know, I mean, the topic itself is so interesting, and hence we have you all here, sharing the thoughts. And often we find ourselves in this increasingly dynamic environment with rapid technological advancements, demographies, ever-changing, shifting priorities, right? And then to talk about something like sustainability in this kind of an environment is very, very interesting and intriguing. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion. And maybe let me just start with the first question that, I thought would be an interesting one to, ignite all of you. As I said, that this is the workforce. Consistently, we are seeing priorities being shifted year on year, and sometimes maybe, in 1 year, so many times, right? From work-life balance, mental well-being, all these things which are now emerging as, the true forefront kind of themes, which was perhaps unheard of, say, a decade earlier. Like, we were not really talking about mental well-being so openly and at workplace, more importantly, as we are today, right? So how do we build this resilient workforce with sustainable HR practices, both socially and professionally? That, I want to kind of hear some thoughts from all of you. And let's start with Mohana, you first.
Yeah, you can hear me, right? I think you can.
We can, yes.
Sure. I mean, first of all, it's really Nimisha and the panel. It's really about acknowledging the fact that there is a need to do something about this, right? Because we see such a dynamic world, we see such a volatility in terms of how businesses and strategies are put together. Are our workforce really capable? Have we done enough as an organization, or the market itself is doing enough to actually ensure that people are capable to navigate through these changes? So resilience is extremely important from multiple aspects, right? It needs to be looked at holistically. So the first is the responsibility of the organization, and the other aspect is the resilient workforce itself, right? Which is very symbiotic in its relationship, and that's how it should be. My take on it is, I would like to start by analyzing what's really happening recently from an organization's lens. Our organizations, in order to build resilience in workforce, doing the right thing, doing the basics right, we see at a very surface level, right? So much is done to attract talent. So much is done to keep talent, which is largely knee-jerk, be it retention strategies, be it doling out so much of your perks, your joining kits, expensive goodies. And then suddenly there's this market downturn, which is a little and not huge in terms of its impact, and everything's taken away. So everything you did as an organization beyond your own growth and capability. And I see a lot of growing organizations spending a lot to attract, right? So even from that perspective, what are we doing to the workforce that needs to be resilient, needs to have the basics and hygiene right? So I want to start with a positive criticism for us to consider from an organization side. Is this the right approach for us to really think about building resilience itself by attracting talent in the manner that we do? So can we actually instead look at, diametrically looking at, yes, you can give all of these things at the right stage of your maturity and growth and affordability, but have honest conversations on job enrichment, on attracting people towards the purpose, and ensure their hygiene factors of pay as well as what kind of positioning in the organization they really get, so that both the employee who joins and chooses to join you for all that you said you are, and the organization's brand is not impacted negatively. Now, on the other side, building resilience of workforce is so multifold in nature, right? It starts with how we set their goals. And I'm sure the other panelists would agree that today's world is all about dynamic goal setting as a concept, where we need to allow and recognize and reflect and reward the fact that people were capable to actually navigate well through all the changes that they experience from what companies take decisions about. So a lot of people always come back and tell me that, Mohana, my performance was actually good. It didn't reflect all the effort I put in because, goals always change and the management kept changing the goals, right? So we've heard this time and again with large and growing organizations. So what can we do to bring in the concept of actually dealing with goals which are changing and bring new age concepts to support people so they're resilient in terms of their performance itself? And I think that's really one of the most important core aspects that organizations need to consider and people need to consider to sort of hone and develop themselves towards. The other aspect that you just mentioned, right, Nimisha, is anything we do in companies needs to be current. It needs to be socially reflecting of what's happening today outside in the world, right? So are our policies at the basic level, are they inclusive? Do we have the right policies? And I always look at policies and practices because it's walking the talk for an organization. And we're not just doing everything else that's a frill, but but not really having policies which are inclusive. And that creates a lot of resilience. It gives options to people to choose different types of policies, to engage further and be committed and inspired in organizations, right? And that's a key approach to actually building resilience within a human being as well in the kind of system they operate in. So doing the basics really well, giving people opportunities to move within an organization. With so much changing, I think a lot of people come, in my role and they constantly tell me, how can I contribute more? And especially in growing organizations, they want different opportunities beyond their roles. They want to navigate, within the organization to do more complex work, enriched work. These are core, these are basics, and they're timeless. From the time that we have started working, I'm sure internal job posts, referrals, all of these things are the hygiene factors which actually keep people engaged, give the right opportunities, and help people navigate based on the skills that they also need to display with an organization. And last and importantly, one of the things that we have also tried to do is in today's world with so much around emotional well-being, mental well-being, so many things changing around you, and you're constantly under that little bit of pressure. How can an organization lean in and help people be resilient from a well-being perspective, right? So we actually adopted well-being for all. So these will emerge as common communities of practice also possibly, right? We've just started it. So I always think about, I'm a human being in the system. So what can I do and what can my organization do to ensure that I'm feeling well and have a holistic well-being? These are a few aspects I wanted to touch upon. And I'd love to hear my fellow panelists' views as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Mona, and very well, relevant points made there. Vijay, you are the CEO of your firm, right? It's not always, the HR lens that perhaps you are applying when you're taking decisions, right? How is it at your end, and how do you really look at this world today where there are so many sometimes contradicting forces at play? So how do you deal with that?
Sure. So yeah, although I'm not a HR person, but I believe
you don't have to be sorry about it, but
right. No, it's a very relevant question you raised. Right? So HR and business, goals and how they look at talent, I think they should not be any different at all. The more you actually find your business leaders being empathetic and understand, sustainability of a talent, the better the organization would be doing in business as well. So I really believe in that. So happy to share my perspective on this. What I can present the perspective, like in general, since I represent startup, my experience has been primarily working with startups, where there's a lot of uncertainty. And there's no long-term planning that startups really do. They actually a lot of times make decisions for survival of the day. And so in those environments, entrepreneurs and don't really pay much attention to the sustainable. But I think it's a very wrong notion. Even when investors invest, they invest in the right people. They don't invest in the right business. Your business today might change. You might pivot to another business. But it is the same people that you carry between multiple businesses you are going to pivot to. So I think I have immensely benefited. So I have people who have started with me as a fresher, and they have grown all the way to leading a team sizes of 200 people. Now that's actually a career progression I keep selling to new people who join our organization. I show these as examples of growth that are possible in the organization. And that actually attracts the right talent, patient talent who wants to actually work for a longer term with a longer term objective. So I think that is extremely important, that you create examples within your organization. You have enough role models who people look up to. These are the things I believe can be done even at a startup level, where they're chasing faster growth and inorganic growth. Those are relevant. Those are needed, but not at the cost of long-term perspective for talent. Because if you compare startups based off US and India, companies in US are able to do more innovation and better innovation because the average age of an employee within the organization is extremely high compared to the same relevant experience in India. So Microsoft and Google, I have seen people who started their careers and have worked there for 30, 40 years. Imagine a smart brain with that kind of a knowledge staying in the system and contributing to growth in multiple divisions that understands the culture that has transformed between the transitions the organization has grown. That, I believe, is immense value. So retaining a talent, good talent, and having a proper plan, not a one-time activity, but repeat habits for sustainability and retention of good talent. I think these are extremely important even in a fast-growing startup.
Thank you, Vijay. Good, and agree with most of the points here that you have made. And startup actually is something which is quite an interesting space, and actually has come and created a lot of disruption. So very interesting to hear your thoughts there. Contrasting to where PK is coming from, which is very, very far away from the startup culture. So why don't you share some thoughts about about how you are really dealing with this pertinent topic?
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Nimisha. Thank you, Nimisha. In fact, as I was listening to Vijay, I was thinking I am on the other side of the continuum. We are just a 357-year-old company, and and we strongly believe that today the people have choices. And if they have the choices, how as an organization, we create an environment for them to make the right choice. So HR, as I see in the future, will be the message and not the messenger of the sustainable data and actions. I think this is one change which I would actually see. So when I say this, in Saint-Gobain, I'm just wanting to narrate our experience because I've been associated with this company for almost 21 years. I did not know much about the sustainability and the actions possible. And I think as we traveled along, we came across people who are passionate about many of the sustainability development goals. And we did not see the SDGs at that time, but many times as the journey passed, we saw many things aligning. And we could also see the passion of people coming up. So the 9 principles of conduct and actions, the managerial competencies which we laid down, the Saint-Gobain attitudes which we are promoting, and the pillars of trust, empowerment, and collaborate have in a way laid a great foundation for an organization to ask themselves, why do you exist? You have been in existence for 350 plus years. Why do you need to exist? And world over, we discussed, we collected our views and came out with a simple statement, which is there in my backdrop, which is making the world a better home, or we make the world a better home. And for that, the ESG, environment, social and governance, plays a pivotal role. And that is what we really stand for because it is well integrated. As a member of the COP21, as a signatory to the UN Compact, Saint-Gobain was much ahead in taking up ESG as one of its ambitious goals. We have a goal of we understand the importance of the social goodwill. And on governance, in fact, as I'm talking here, we have the anti-corruption training program, which is actually going on in our organization. So the focus of HR would be translating the intent to defined goals through data, knowledge, systems, and processes. So data, when I talk, one of the important aspects which HR, we need to bring back the focus, and I think Nimisha was asking the question on back to basics, because I still remember when we started my career 35 years back, any data which is presented by HR has a very high credibility. And today, even if it is a digital source or it's more of a democratized setup, the credibility of the source of the data, anything which you talk about, whether it is a headcount, whether it is the third-party headcount, whether it is the training data, whether it is any statistics, I think HR will have a story behind what they are actually reporting. So I see a huge transformation in the coming years, and HR will play a pivotal role in that.
Thank you, PK. Thank you so much. Let me move on to another very related question. And since you spoke about this whole, and I think I will start from you because you're coming and you've seen the entire, spectrum of the last 30, 35 years. We call it this whole VUCA world, right? But the leaders who are really today leading this workforce pretty much were brought up in a VUCA workforce, right? We were brought up in a world where, it was quite conventional. Not many of us were really questioning also a lot of things. We were not really looking more so for, a large part of us, I won't really generalize, but majority of us were not really looking for purpose, mental well-being, and all were like unheard of concepts and things like that, right? In fact, I think when we were even from schools and colleges, we all really, knew about this term IQ, and everybody used to be so obsessed with this whole thing of high IQ. And today, I think IQ perhaps is not even as important as EQ. I won't even, equate it. And today people are saying that, okay, IQ, though you have, maybe proved yourself in your school years or your college years, EQ is what we are really looking for. And if people and leaders especially are not high on EQ, and the word that we constantly use, which is building empathy, and where is it all coming from? And as I said, we were not brought up in this world, right? So you have to really, especially the leaders, continuously adapt to this ever-changing world, right? So what are the skills that leaders should build? And I, of course, hinted at one, that you have to be now even more empathetic and having that high EQ. But what more? And that also will not just come automatically to you, right? That you wake up and you say that I want to be more empathetic. How do you really get to that kind of a thing? And especially, Vijay, for you, a food of thought, though I will ask PK to answer this, but you said that every day, it's a new day for you, right? So in that kind of a culture, which is startup is perceived to be quite cutthroat and aggressive, and, in that sense, and pardon me if I'm using it, but relatively, when it comes to things like layoffs and, being very brutal about certain things, because they don't have the luxury of a lot of stability that a lot of other organizations enjoy, they tend to be sometimes, bending not so much on empathy, but on the practicalities of the world. So how do you really deal with that in this kind of a thing? But PK, first you start, and then I'm just leaving Vijay with that thought. Yes, PK.
So very, very pertinent question. I think today, any organization, the pyramids of the organization are actually going. And it is, the power distance between the people and hierarchy is actually narrow. So the leader actually sets currently a purpose or a vision. And it is for the leadership to have the vision and the narrative set in the right direction. So having said that, if you really look at the opportunities which are available for the organization, it is defined very well in the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. So for those talents who are very depth, who wanted to experiment with fundamental research and changes, there is a huge opportunity available in the scope 1. There are more people who are application oriented. There is a lot of opportunity available in the scope 2, both in the customer side, supply chain side, and also in the operation side. If, for example, if I have to talk about the leadership, we all sit in the large buildings, and these buildings consume a lot of electricity for air conditioning, etc. What if the buildings can actually generate electricity, and what if that there is a storage facility available for that renewable energy? So the opportunity for organizations or the leadership to look at incubation along with academia is a possibility for future. The other possibilities for leadership to open up is actually on the products, where you have the EPD certified products which you can actually bring out. You can develop tools which are which can be supplementing or supporting the sustainable actions. For example, tools for acoustics, tool for structural, tool for daylighting, tool for playback analysis. How do you really make a rendering so that the mock-ups which you put are actually minimized? Leadership can create a vision for a workplace which is more inclusive, which is energy efficient, LEED certified. Going beyond your boundaries, the leadership can encourage their employees to play advisory roles in various forums. It could be on Indian Green Building Congress or many of the designs. It can play a role in setting standards in, say, smart manufacturing or Bureau of Indian Standards or Griha ratings. It can actually play a good, encourage their employees to play an active role in disseminating knowledge in in the engineering colleges or diploma institutions or such architects, because they eventually actually create these buildings and actively participate in the awards, recognition, etc. Because today, the young generation of workforce which are actually coming in are more creative, and they are actually having more consciousness on building a planet which is much more safer and comfortable to live in. So the leadership has a significant responsibility in setting the right tone, setting the right narrative, bringing in an inclusive culture, irrespective of the hierarchy.
Thanks, PK. Over to you, Vijay.
So the generations that have been coming, earlier, every 10 years, there was a generation gap. But what I'm noticing is that generation gap is happening now every 2 years. And like the PK has mentioned, the people that are coming in, the youngsters, they're much more aware. They're much more, creative and has more access to information. If I have to compare with my generation, we were not as much conscious about what was going on outside in the world. I really believe the youngsters are much smarter than a lot of leaders that come from a generation behind. And that creates a great gap there, right? So I think if leaders are to actually manage the current generation VUCA world, the significant piece that I think is important is that they need to unlearn and actually be open about observing and being receptive to the younger generation. So they might have these, they may not have the maturity or exposure of having seen years of life, but the amount of exposure they have had to information, they definitely need, attention. They do not, unlike the previous generation ones, the current generation ones, they don't expect leaders to sit in their rooms, in a high-handed, behavior, right? So they actually see people who are approachable are the ones who they follow. They expect that if they post something on a social media to a CEO, the CEO has to respond, right? That's the current generation's expectation. Now, to meet that kind of an expectation, it is imperative that the leaders actually step down, be working close to the people on the floor, being able to establish that connect. I think these are all very important traits to be able to make that connect to the current generation people. And humility, I believe, is one aspect that I would always, I've always found that, it actually wins a lot of wars without any fight, and it wins a lot of hearts, without actually, a lot of effort as well. I think those are the traits that I would mention are essential to be able to handle the VUCA. In respect to startups, what we do is there is uncertainty all across, right? There's uncertainty of a career, uncertainty of, there may be layoffs happening within a startup, but you still have to carry the people to moving towards another goal. So the way to do that is actually to create a common enemy, right? So for me, it could be like, in that country, there's that competitor who's actually eating away our market, right? So create a fear, create a sense of urgency towards that, and make that the primary problem, and not the problem of whether my job is going to be here or not. As much as we create this common sense of fear, I believe people will rally towards that one common enemy, whether it is their enemy or our nation enemy, right? I think these are the kind of traits that if we can actually nurture within an organization, it creates a reasonably healthy camaraderie between them, and they will slowly start identifying themselves with our nation purpose.
Sure. Mona, I would also like you to touch upon the fact of how culture plays a role here. Like, one is, of course, the kind of skill that the leaders are bringing onto the table and how they are continuously adapting. But sometimes when we talk about culture, perhaps that is in somewhere in the ethos of the firm, right? And maybe that's not really changing. In fact, I would say to a large extent, it doesn't really change. It may have different interpretations or, sometimes meanings attached to from different people. But overall, for example, I'll just give you an example of, say, Tata's being known for their, high standards of ethics and integrity and, things. So how do you really feel that the leadership, in conjunction with this whole culture that they build for the firm, make themselves then, very sustainable for the young generation?
No, absolutely. I mean, what PK also suggested is that at the core of it, for any organization, and for organizations that probably have begun, and in the first few years, they may not really focus on it. But we have seen time and again that culture plays the most core role. What is culture? It's ultimately how we achieve what we achieve, right? It's really how we behave with each other. And both the fellow panelists very simply said, it matters. Right? It's not about, it's from the time we welcome someone to thank them when they're leaving, be it a layoff or not. It is how we do what we do. And I think as companies get more scale, right, they get more complex. So your behaviors, your common behaviors, your values, they actually embed certain ways of doing what you do. And that's very crucial in terms of how you actually grow for the future as well. So culture is, you can define it in many ways. Every organization has its own set of behaviors, or Google, for example, had what they won't do, right? But it's very crucial that you commonly understand how you achieve that vision as well. So it certainly matters a lot, because people join you for that culture as well. And people leave you because of the culture that is displayed as well, largely. So I think both are important. Leaders actually have to learn the ability to contextualize a lot more, especially in organizations like KK or Better Place where I am. Every day your decisions are probably going to be evolving, right? So your leaders have to show the ability to operate through your culture and the need of the customer to actually contextualize your decision making. So a lot of letting go. So for example, your culture should be so supportive that what you achieved yesterday, you need to emotionally be able to and equipped to let it go also, so I can pivot and start something new. So the entire culture of beginner's mindset should start from the leadership itself, because everybody else is watching you. So you're playing a very, very pivotal one-to-many relationship role in the organization. And your culture should really support, especially in a dynamic VUCA kind of setup in growing organizations. It has to really be honing right from the start a learner mindset, right? Are people open to learning? The tendency for people to actually go and grab and learn a new functional skill which is relevant, that is the kind of environment you should create, because every day, that is the collapse of generations that Vijay just talked about, right? People have information. So can I, as an organization, through my culture, ensure the leaders are learning all the time? So that's percolating down to the organization. And do you have a culture of learning? And ultimately, I think you can't function anymore in a world. And I've seen companies which are larger, worked in larger companies, now a much smaller company. Resistance is actually experienced through hierarchy. So culture of hierarchy, it's certainly not going to help you run faster. So how can leaders have the culture, or your company create a culture of leaders where they partner and not have a boss mentality? And the newer generations, and the other day we were talking, right, Nimisha, together, a bigger company can have about 5 generations, and a smaller company at minimum will have 3 generations working together. So how are you going to successfully as a leader operate when people are your peers, but they are maybe even 5-10 years lesser experience, but know the same thing that you do? So a lot of contextualization, partnership, collaboration, this is what the culture needs to be for us to drive businesses successfully in a multi-generational workforce altogether. So these are some of the perspectives that come to my mind to share.
Yeah, very, very well said. And I'm glad that the way, so many diverse points are coming on the table. I'm sorry, I have this bad cold, so quite embarrassing to keep, fiddling with my nose. The last question that, of course, we spoke about changing, goals and all of that. But ultimately, as this function that we have, whether you are reporting it as, a business leader, as the CEO, or as the CHRO or head of the function, you still have to define your metrics, right? What are those metrics that, sustainability, for example, and since we are talking about that, how do we really measure the impact of sustainability in the HR function? How do we really define our function priorities from a sustainability scale that, this is something that is going to go at least for this much time, or there is no predictability. And as you said, that the goalposts keep shifting. And then in that sense, sometimes you feel then that as an HR function, what is the impact I have made? Because my goalpost is always shifting. You're just chasing a target which is always moving, right? So what are those metrics that as we leaders should really lean on, which are sustainable enough for us to kind of, show some impact?
Okay, maybe I'll quickly
yes,
go.
Mona, since you're unmuted, yes.
I love adoption of or the attempt to adopt lead indicators than lag indicators. A lot of organizations, and most of us look at lag indicators, right? After everything's done, then you go and check. But how do we run in parallel, or how do we look at some of them which are actually predictive in nature? So one of the key examples that I always urge organizations to consider is your employee reference. Through all that volatility, change, there are a number of people who choose to stay back, and they keep inviting their friends and family, right? So that's actually, it's leading to you understanding as an organization that something's also right, and people are actually inspired to bring others. It's a lead indicator to say that they're engaged, they're going to be engaged, they're actually bringing in others. So these are timeless concepts. Now, the other important thing that I think we could try to consider as organizations really is your entire mobility internally, right? Even like Vijay said, even if you're a small company, how do you create opportunities so that it's agile, your system is agile, and people actually choose to work somewhere else in some other part and cross-functionally learn. So your internal job postings, your mechanism towards that should actually enable sustenance of business as well as employee engagement. So finally, what is sustainability from an employee perspective? For me, it is about them being engaged and being inspired, right? So they stay, they take care of their well-being through all the things that you give. The last thing for me is, I think it's the percentage of people who voice out. An organization should always keep tapping into, is 50% participating in a survey? Are so many questions coming up in an all hands? Are simple things like that, right? Which are measurable yet so intangible in their power of integrating the voice of people in the organization. So time and again, we need to see how to encourage participative cultures, because as people voice out what they feel like they own the organization a lot more. And you need to, as a leadership, you need to also embed that, right? What kind of reactions they're bringing to the table more openly, right? So these are things that one could consider. They are so hygiene, they're so basic, but like I again started off by saying, Nimisha, that do the hygiene, do the basics well for the culture to actually sustain and be robust as well.
Yes, PK.
Yeah, thank you. I think, Mohana. I'm just trying to give a slightly larger context. When I call HR, for me, it is people, because there is no other function in the organization which is reaching to people who are internal, who are third party, who are also in the society. So when you talk HR, I think HR has a role to keep this stakeholders, all the stakeholders in mind. So one of the metrics which I would certainly look at is, we have 17, 18 SDGs, and which are those sustainable development goals as an organization, as a team, as a set of people are focusing on contributing, whether it is on poverty, whether it is on good health, whether it is on quality education, on gender diversity, equality, or decent work, etc. So as an organization, we have people with different interests, and how many are associated with various SDGs, and what are those programs which are actually, it could be minuscule, it could be a big impact, and the impact assessment which we do on that. Second, when we talk about ESG and on a larger context, the opportunity for our employees to contribute their ideas, their knowledge, their innovation, their network into each of those scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and I was also describing the opportunity which are available in various forums. I think there is a lot which can actually be done. So I completely agree with Mohana on focusing on the lead indicators will actually accelerate the pace in which we take this ambitious goal. For example, on gender diversity, I can still account for the number of women employed in our organization. But if we really look at the number of hires, number of leadership hires as a metrics, I think we will have much more meaning to what we are actually doing.
True. Okay.
Right. I would put a diversity of age also, and diversity of age within small teams, right? So in general, in any function, let's say if you take a sales function, leaders tend to be more senior, and at the down levels, you start seeing that there are more juniors. But I think within the smaller teams also, if you have various different age group people, that actually brings in that diversity. Of course, diversity of a culture, all of these bring openness to a conversation within a team. Those are all very important. The other aspects that I would look at is, are leaders talking about sharing, switching employees between the departments? If these conversations happen, miracles happen. People don't have to quit company. They can just quit department and join another department. So number of such job switches happening within an organization, I think, is a very good metric that indicates how healthy you are, your sustainability initiatives are. The other thing we started noticing, and it happened with us, was number of people who have left. How many are coming back, homecoming? We have had like almost 6 people who left and then who joined us in the last 2 to 3 years. And that actually started, creating a sense of, hey, where we are today, right? For existing employees, they started seeing that they're actually in an environment where they can actually grow. And this is probably the best environment than what they would find elsewhere. I think that is very important, how many employees are actually joining back, because in India, particularly in the last few years, it's a rare thing that ever actually happens. And then the department level AMA meetings, ask me anything meetings that are happening, how often and at how many times the leaders within a department, it's not CEO doing, but the department heads doing. I think that also creates that's a good measure, because that says that any kind of a questions can be asked and they would be answered across all the levels within a department. So that actually creates an openness in the environment. I think these are the measures I can think of.
Very good, Vijay. And I really actually, the fact that you made it so objective, really loved it. So I think, yes, overall, I'm kind of done with the questions that we wanted to kind of put together and make this discussion as holistic as possible. And I think to great extent, we achieved what we wanted to. And I'm taking back a lot of learnings, which, of course, always the winner, the culture that we always speak about is something that we all need. It's always very close to your organization. It's always very close to employees, and and it always undoubtedly actually has always emerged in most of these discussions whenever we talk about whether it's sustainability or change. So that is something that a key takeaway for me again through this panel discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you. It was a very, very enriching and knowledgeable discussion. Nilakshi, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I must tell you, there is a gentleman with an emergency at work. There is a lady with a running nose, and still we have such an enriching and fruitful discussion. And I think that's the beauty of the setup that we're in. So my heartfelt gratitude to the team for making it happen. Some takeaways, some very interesting takeaways I have from this discussion. So I thought I'll just plate it. It's very interesting, PK, how St. Gobain has utilized or rather projected making the world a better home, right? The tagline that you're sitting with behind you, that is so reflective of your product line, as well as of how you actually make the world a more livable place, how you actually, kind of coexist, which is actually the key essence of sustainability. So I thought that was very, very thought-provoking and very interestingly done. The other key takeaway, again, for me, and very interesting one, is like we're all non-VUCA survivors who have been entrusted with the responsibility of dealing with a VUCA world, right? So, and it is interesting as to how all of us, with a certain amount of agility, flexibility, fast forward thinking, if I may say so, we're actually adapting to it so quickly. That's a beautiful change. And that's what makes us as a group, I think, very sustainable. And if the group is sustainable, as they say, every little home has a teacher, and they are the ones who are sending out the students to the world, right? So if collectively as a group, I think we are in line with what sustainability would mean for us at various levels of our age, diversity, whichever be the aspect. I think if we have internalized it at our end, I'm sure our colleagues, our peers, our leaders are also internalizing it equally well. And the other thing was, yes, you're impressed upon how the lead indicators are very important. And I think that's what most organizations, young and old, are awakening to, that it cannot be a reactive measure. It has to be a proactive measure. And I think most organizations are leading by, lead indicators than lag ones. And a few very interesting lead indicators being, what is your diversity equation? What is your homecoming percentage, right? How flexible are you within the organization, right? So these are very interesting and thought-provoking, and that's why I began this by calling it a very thought-provoking session. And how, I mean, you guys made it so truly thought-provoking and interesting. I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for making this so memorable.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was indeed a great discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks everyone. Bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Nimisha.
Bye.
Thank you, Nimisha.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our second panel discussion, and a mighty robust one at that. I would just want my team to give me a hint as to whether we are ready to go ahead with the next award set, please. All right, so that gives me a hint that we are ready to go ahead with the next set of awards. The next set of awards is also group categories of awards, and I would like to begin with something which is, again, very relevant. We've been talking about since morning. Let's see who aces it. Our next category of award that we're giving out today is employee engagement category. Now, a motivated and committed workforce is an asset to any organization, and employee engagement practices act as enablers towards the same. Calling upon the winners in this category, can we come up with Copper Business Vedanta Limited as the first winner in this category? Hearty congratulations, guys. Our second winner in this category is Infosys BPM. Let's hear it out loud. Our third winner in this category, the Sirpur Paper Mills Limited. Congratulations. Now, with great pride, I would want to announce the champion in leading practices in employee engagement, Vivruti Capital Private Limited. Big hand. We have just moved from a discussion around sustainability, and our next category talks of corporate social responsibility. Now, the relevance and importance of corporate social responsibility is highly significant in today's world to ensure the sustainability of life and business in the future. And organizations should be thoroughly committed to the cause as they are. And as we see the winners in this category, we have 3 proud winners in this category. Ultratech Cement Limited, Unit Balaji Cement Works. Congratulations. The second proud winner in CSR, Arsasium India Private Limited. Our third winner, Fidelity National Financial. Congratulations. And now for the organization that is acing it in the field of CSR. The champion of CSR is Odisha Mining Corporation Limited. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Our next category, HR risk management. In today's world of uncertainty and dynamism, the role of HR in risk management is far enhanced than ever before. The ability to foresee human capital related risk and contingency planning has become key to the success of organizations. And the winner in this category with some great work done is National Commodity and Derivatives Exchange Limited. Congratulations. The organization that is championing the cause and how, Infosys Limited. A big hand for Infosys Limited, guys. We now move on to our next category, which is HR business partnership. Any innovative approach to HR business practices, taking into account challenges pertaining to alignment of HR strategies to the dynamic business environment. This was the genesis of this award category. And the organizations doing a commendable job in this area and who have emerged as winners are Arsasium India Private Limited. Congratulations. Our second winner in this category, Infosys BPM. Our third winner in this category, again doing some commendable job, is Piaggio Vehicles Private Limited. Congratulations. And now this is the second one in a row. Champion in the category is Infosys Limited. Congratulations. Moving to our next category, technology deployment in HR. Technology in the current times has become a prime enabler to suit our business requirements and the way we work at large. Robust HR technology is a must-have in this rapidly changing business environment. Congratulating the winners in this category, we would welcome Kane Oil and Gas Vedanta Limited. The second winner in this category, Bharat Aluminium Company Limited. And why is this not a surprise? The champions are Tata Consultancy Services. Big congratulations. We have introduced this set of awards, or rather this category this year, and we have done fantastic work, and we've seen and witnessed some fantastic work that has happened in this area. People First Best HR Team, as the name suggests. HR teams work relentlessly to ensure that employees are looked after and cared for. Most of their efforts go on behind the scenes, though. People First Best HR Team Award aimed at acknowledging and recognizing these efforts. The winners in this segment are National Commodity and Derivatives Exchange Limited. Congratulations. Fidelity National Financials. Great job done, guys. And the third proud winners, Hindustan Unilever Limited. The team, however, which has gone the last mile and emerged as champions is Consensus. Our next category is ever relevant, ever important, learning and development. An effective learning and development strategy and aligned practices are not just important, but vital to the success of any organization today. We are proud to announce the winners in this category who have made undeniable contributions by means of their learning and development initiatives. Calling upon JSW Steel, our second winner in line who showcased some fantastic initiatives in this area, Concentrix Dutch Services India Private Limited. Congratulations. A young and vibrant team, but such fantastic initiatives. Sesa Goa Vedanta Limited. And our fourth winner in this category, Copper Business Vedanta Limited. Congratulations. The deserving champions in this category, ladies and gentlemen, is Reliance Jio Infocom Limited. A big hand for them. Our next award category talks about HR transformation. In a dynamic world, viewing human capital issues as business issues, that's the game changer. HR Transformation Awards aims at celebrating organizations wherein HR has partnered effectively with business to be able to orchestrate this transformation. Inviting the proud winners in this category, Judge India Solutions Private Limited, second winner in this category of HR transformation, Ferroalloys Corporation Limited. Our next organization who are proud winners of HR transformation, iMerit Technology Services Private Limited. very proud to announce the champion in this category, Bennett Coleman and Company Limited. Now we come to the last award in this section, and this award is very, very close to my heart. Close to my heart, not because it talks of young dynamic stars, but because of the kind of influx and the beautiful work that we saw happening by very, very young professionals. HR Future Leader. This award recognizes the game-changing HR directors of the future, the rising stars who have already made a big impact on their organizations. Here, we are talking about a young dynamic professional, Ruchika Pathak. Ruchika has already donned several hats and has various accomplishments to her credit. From a stellar journey at her B School XLRI to her current role in Hindustan Zinc, she has made her presence felt in every path that she has crossed. One of her noteworthy accomplishment, and albeit not an easy one, which needs a mention, is conceptualizing and setting up of a mining academy for mining HEMM operators. We wish Ruchika a world of success ahead and heartiest congratulations for being the winner of the HR Future Leader 2023. Let's hear it for her, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us, ladies and gentlemen, to the end of this award presentation, the second category of it. And we would be breaking for a lunch break, and we would be reconvening back at 2:30 p.m. My backend coordinators, if they can just cue me in, if we are good to start at 2, if not, then we shall start at 2:30. I would need to communicate to the audience if we are good to start at 2 or we're good to start at 2:30, please. So I am informed that we're good to start at 2:30. So please have a hearty lunch and be back with us for some excitement at 2:30. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hello, can you see me? Hi.
Yeah, I can see you very well. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. Thanks. See you and hear you at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You have a very interesting journey, I thought.
Is it? Yes.
You said the other day, I couldn't hear properly because I was on the road, but I still heard that you've written a book and
Yes. Yeah. It's called Meaning of Being Alive, MBA.
oh, okay. Very nice.
Thank
It's
you.
available on Amazon.
Yes, it is. It is.
You're based where? Mumbai, is it?
Gurgaon is my headquarters. Yeah. You're in Bangalore?
I'm based out of Bangalore. That's right.
Yeah.
Hi, Shantanu.
Hi, Nirupama.
Hi.
Hi, Shantanu.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Nilakshi.
Hi, Nilakshi. I think you're on mute. We are not able to hear you.
Yeah, we're actually live. So I had kept myself on mute.
Okay.
Okay.
Shantanu, you're based in Bangalore?
Mumbai.
Okay. So people are from
Ladies
all over
and
the
gentlemen,
place.
we're live. We're just expecting for your last panelist to join us, and then we can jumpstart into beginning the discussion.
So we have people from everywhere, Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Calcutta.
I'm just making sure that my beard is also visible when I'm talking. I'm not half cut.
We'll just give Rajesh 2 minutes to join us. Rajesh from Wellspun.
Hi, Nilakshi. Can you see me clearly?
Yes, yes.
Okay. There was so much silence, so I just thought that.
No,
probably.
we're silent because we're live.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back after the lunch session. So our third panel discussion is about to begin, and we have a novice panel waiting with us. It is about the word which the world is abuzz with, ChatGPT. So we're here to discuss the impact of ChatGPT on the learning and skilling industry. Please join me to welcome our esteemed panelists and guests from diverse walks of life to add that extra zing to the ensuing discussion. But before that, let me take the opportunity of introducing the panelists to you. Mr. Ashish Vaishnava, a man of few words, is the founder CEO of AV Golf. But besides being a golf course architect, Ashish is a spiritual author and philosopher. Ashish is actively involved in the planning of various real estate projects in the country, which include golf course, sports fields, and high-end resort facilities. The total project area ranging from 5 to a whopping 1,200 acres. Wow. A management graduate from IIMK with diverse experience in the field of luxury real estate, golf courses, golf resorts, luxury landscapes, lifestyle sports, and exotic tourism makes him one of the most reputed professionals in the country. A very, very warm welcome to you, Ashish, and hope you have a great discussion.
Thank you, Nilakshi. Thank you very much for the beautiful introduction. Can you see me, my video? Can you see my
video?
Yes.
No, I can't see your video now.
Okay. Okay. Can you see me now?
Yes, Ashish.
Okay, great. Yes.
Bright and nice. Moving on to our next panelist, Ms. Nirupama VG, founder and managing director at Astra. What a dynamic lady is Nirupama. She's a serial entrepreneur and co-founder of 4 of India's largest recruitment solutions firms. She's the brain behind Ad Astra, which is India's largest full suite recruitment solutions firm today. She sits in the board of AI-driven tech firm in the HR space, which is growing rapidly. A stalwart in the recruitment industry, and has featured in the Forbes Marquee for taking her firm global. A very warm welcome to you, Nirupama. Always good to see you.
Thank you, Nilakshi, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Thank you. Mr. Rajesh Jain, CHRO Wellspun. Rajesh is a business leader turned HR leader with extensive and diverse experience in developing and executing business strategies through aligned and robust HR strategies. He has worked in diverse industries such as office automation, technical service, power, renewable energy, financial services, manufacturing, and infrastructure development. Over the last 30 years, he has served in large enterprises such as Xerox, Eaton, Suzlon, Shrey, and currently working as the CHRO of Wellspun Enterprises Limited at Mumbai. Rajesh is an experienced senior assessor of the Malcolm Baldrige Business Excellence Model, the CII HR Excellence Model as well. He's also an active MBA program lecturer, a marathoner, and a trained trainer. A very warm welcome to you, Rajesh.
Thank you. Thank you.
And last but certainly not the least, let me take the pleasure of introducing our moderator, Mr. Shantanu Rooj. Shantanu, founder and CEO, TeamLease EdTech. Shantanu is the founder and CEO of TeamLease EdTech, India's leading learning solutions company, providing comprehensive services across universities and corporates. In his current role, he oversees strategic operations, P&L management, special projects, etc., managing the overall organization's growth trajectory. An IIT and IIM Calcutta alumnus, he is widely recognized as a serial entrepreneur who has successfully led his ventures to successful IPO acquisitions, started his career with HCL. Shantanu took his first step into entrepreneurship with Paradigm Infotech Limited, which had a successful IPO in 2005. Subsequently, he founded Broadline Technologies Limited, which swiftly evolved into a significantly managed services player in the education industry. Broadline was acquired by a large listed company in India in 2009. With a vision of making India employable, Shantanu founded TeamLease EdTech, formerly known as Schoolguru EduServe, in 2012. TeamLease EdTech is India's leading learning solutions company. It helps universities launch, run, and manage their own online programs, helps institutes improve employability of their students through its apprenticeship linking skilling programs, and help corporates upskill and reskill their workforce to improve productivity and build talent supply chain. TeamLease EdTech has exclusive partnership with 50 of India's largest universities across 16 Indian states, trains about 5 lakh students on its platform through 9 Indian languages, and works with 4,500 corporates in their upskilling and skilling initiatives. Shantanu is a passionate business strategy professional, a serial entrepreneur, and a columnist, and has been speaking, writing extensively about his vision of University 4.0, the future of higher education. Thank you, Shantanu, for taking it over from me here.
Thank you, Nilakshi. Pleasure joining the panel today. And welcome, Ashish. Welcome, Nirupama. Welcome, Rajesh.
Thank you, Shantanu.
So, all of us have been hearing the interesting terminology, ChatGPT. And with it, we also learned a few new terminologies. Somebody called it generative AI. So my first question to you, Nirupama, is what is this generative AI? And why is the hype? Why is it so important? What is so different about generative AI?
Thanks. I think that's a wonderful question, Shantanu. There's so much of talk about AI in general. Forget about the generative AI, right? The way it's turning around, I think most of the people are so scared. Fear is so much in the forefront than anything else. Even people who don't know about it have a fear, right? So the important thing is to kind of know what generative AI is all about. And anybody who uses ChatGPT or is starting to use ChatGPT will understand how it is really helping a layman to the most intelligent people. For example, the backbenchers or the middle benchers in any school or college never had an opportunity to really show their communication skills, because this is really the revolution in communication. The mobiles did it in a different way, and this is doing it in a different way. This morning, I asked ChatGPT to write a poem, and it wrote such a beautiful poem. And it may not be to the extent of the language that we know. So today, somebody who's not educated well or who doesn't know a language can really go there, and it will produce data which will, surprise you. So generative AI is all about giving you very customized solutions. So you go to, for example, Google and search something, it's going to give you 10 things, right? 10 sites where you can go and visit and get the data. Here it compresses everything and gives you what you are looking for. So the most important thing for people would also be the questions that they ask, like we say in coaching, right? Since I'm a coach, I can talk about it. The questions you ask are most important for ChatGPT. So it's, as the name denotes, it's artificial intelligence, right? So the data is all there, the answers are all there. So it's a question that you ask which will give you that data. So it will be so helpful to all those people who can ask the right questions, and it will generate stuff in a way that is useful to one. So it's here to stay. One doesn't need to get scared. It will only enhance one's knowledge.
Thank you so much. That's such a nice way to explain what generative AI is all about. Ashish, would you like to add to what Nirupama said? What's, in your opinion, is this concept of generative AI, and how is it different from everything that we have seen in the past?
AI has been there. Probably, I would say Siri has been there, and Google Assistant has been there. It's similar to that. We ask Siri, how is the weather today, and it gives us the weather. Similar way, we need to understand in a very simple way, it's a technology which helps you give human type answers to your questions, and whatever you are seeking for, it summarizes or expands or detail it out for you. It's an assistant for you. I think the most important thing we need to understand is that it's a tool by the end of the day. Artificial intelligence, like any other, like we are using Zoom, or how mobile phones came in. Do you remember we used to use fax, we used to send letters, we used to have pager, all has been replaced by mobile phones now. And the same way, now the OTT platform came in, we were scared that the cinema halls won't work. So we have been, in a journey of seeing so many technologies coming in, and we need to take it as a tool rather than getting scared and intimidated by it, because it's just to enhance the human experience and give you some kind of help and make your work efficient. And later as we go, we'll discuss about some pros and cons of it. But I think in simple words, it is a tool which is there to help you out and make your life easier if you know how to use it properly.
So well said. Thank you so much, Ashish and Nirupama. That's the point. Next question to you, Rajesh. So what Ashish and Nirupama are saying is that this is a tool which can answer questions, which can write poems, which can write codes, explain different things. Someone told me in the morning today that you can even create a website. Just tell him, create a website for me, something like that. So in your opinion, is this a real change, or is this just a hype which will die down soon? Is this a passing shower, or is this climate change?
No. It's a climate change for sure. So just to add on to what Nirupama and Ashish said, you see, we have seen we never used to call it artificial intelligence those days, but even, there used to be manual lifts, you remember? So we used to go to the lift and, there is a lift operator, you tell them or where to go and he would press the buttons. And even when there are 4 lifts all tied together, you press the button and the logic decides which lift will come to you, right, at whatever floor you are. So there is some intelligence already built in, wo hardwire hoti thi in the, so I am an electronics engineer, so I understand with the logics, we were able to, with the AND gates, NOR gate, AND gate, etc., we used to make logics, and that was an intelligence which was displayed and, in our appliances. Now, what is happening here is, it is not only a platform where the knowledge or the resources are aggregated, but generative AI means that this platform can create original version of their answers, like human beings. So therefore, compare it with the human beings, because ye apna original content create kar, right? So therefore, based on the questions, as Nirupama rightly mentioned, question is very important. Based on the question, based upon the data given, and based upon what you want, how you want, this is a brilliant platform, and it actually give you original answers. It can do wonders for you. I think a lot of things are going to become so simple, fast, and a lot of accuracy in our further analysis is going to come.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. And I'm seeing very different type of opinions coming from all three of you. Somebody says it's interesting, somebody says powerful, somebody says just a tool, just know how to use it. And somebody thinks that is scary at times, right? So coming back to our main topic about the impact of ChatGPT in training and learning and corporate training and everything else, my next question to you, Nirupama, is the fact that, do you think that this tool can help personalize learning? Because in the world of education, I've been into this world for almost 1.5 decades now. We have always complained that one size fits all doesn't work, right? So every human being is different. We are all organic creatures. And we all have our own style, on our pace, on our preferences when it comes to learning and teaching. So in this case, can this tool be used for personalization of learning, where it can provide customized explanations and everything else? How do you think that tool can be used by education professionals?
Absolutely. I think since you come from that profession, I think the question coming from you, I'm able to understand where you're coming from. The answer is a big yes, a capital S, if I may say, because like you said, everybody's learning capabilities are also different. If they're in the same class, to the learning capabilities, the learning abilities are very, very different. So if you go to ChatGPT and you kind of want to learn something, it's only going to improve, because it's just the beginning. It's only going to improve. And it will not only help them learn, it will also help them enhance. It takes them to a different level, right? I think Bill Gates said it'll do a job of a white collar assistant for you. But I think as days goes by, it may even do much more than that, because each one has an opinion as to how it will help as of now, based on what they have seen now. But if you are going to see improvisations coming in, I think over a period, there'll be customized learning for every individual. So that's critical. So people can customize it to their own interests, to their own languages, to the level at which they can understand. And it can also take you back step by step into how you want to learn. Perhaps it will also understand at what level you can learn something. The AI itself can understand over a period what level and what duration you take to learn, and then, kind of re-engineer that. So in a way, I feel it's very good for people who really want to learn and understand things, because it will be at a pace at which you can do it. It will be in a language that you can understand. It's also, in many ways, the time and the duration, you can fix it. So I think the world will change from an education perspective, and a lot of new stuff that one can pick up from ChatGPT. So it's an enhancer. It will only enhance and take even the people who are not so intelligent or not so good, or who are not even learning at a certain pace, help them also to learn. So I feel it will really enhance and balance the learning for everybody.
Agree with you. So even before ChatGPT was announced, AI was anyway making learning more adaptive. It said that it could provide personalized content to learners based on their cognitive abilities and their learning speed. And now with ChatGPT, possibly they can also generate content depending on the needs and the likely the way preferences of a particular learner. Thank you so much, Nirupama. Coming back to you, Ashish. Just about 2 days back, I read somewhere in the newspaper, Amity University said that they have launched their first AI professor powered by ChatGPT. And though it made great headlines, I just want to know your perspective. Does ChatGPT make the presence of a trainer, the faculty, the teacher, the guru unnecessary, or it's just really becomes superfluous?
Sure. So before answering that particular question, I would like to put focus on, earlier we are evolving, right? We all are evolving. How we see how the generation is evolving. Earlier, information was very important. Anybody with information was supposed to be an intelligent person, right? Then information became, that person was called knowledgeable person. Now, the person who can efficiently use and implement the knowledge is someone looking forward to, that becomes an intelligent person. Now with ChatGPT and with all this artificial intelligence, we are getting into a new era where efficient implementation of knowledge and knowing and scrutinizing your information knowledge all together and getting a skill, which is, I would say, enhanced by the artificial tools or AI, is something which would be called an intelligent person. I should know how to use the AI to enhance my knowledge so that my wisdom increases, so my efficiency increases. Now, coming back to your particular question about Amity, looking forward to have an AI professor. We need to understand that AI is there, but there is something called EI, emotional intelligence. Now, emotional intelligence can never be replaced by artificial intelligence, right? the personal skills, the personal human interaction is something which will always be required. We are social animals by the end of the day, right? So I feel like any other professor, there could be an AI professor. Like, you remember, we used to go for our C++ and to the computer labs and learn how to do coding and all that. Same way, the AI will have to the AI professor would come in and give his insights on a particular thing. But I don't think that would replace the real teaching scenario, or the professors coming in, having the emotional connect with the students, having that personalized interactions. So I think that is something which would not fade away. And also, very important thing, things take time. Mobile phones came in, but it took almost a decade to get over to everyone in their pocket. So same way, AI would take time. Let's not worry about it. And and we will also adapt. Now, how easy it is to use the phone. We were reluctant earlier. We didn't know how to use it. Now everybody knows how to use a phone. So same way, we'll know how to use AI for our own benefit. I hope that answers.
Yeah. So I agree with you that the human beings bring something very different, which is empathy and which is social intelligence. Yes. And that's difficult for machines to replicate, at least for the foreseeable future. Agree with you, that will always have a relevance. That brings me to my next question to you, Rajesh. And you made a comment while you said that this advent of ChatGPT is actually climate change. It's not just a passing shower. It's changing lots of things, and possibly the way we see learning, training, skilling will possibly look very different because of the advent of this type of technology. However, there is a different thought world where there are few experts who tell us that we're not sure whether this is an overhyped technology, because its performance in real life situations is yet to be tested, right? So even today, it can't handle complex questions. For example, the accuracy and reliability of the information that it shows up is a suspect. So what do you think? Are there really these challenges, or it's just evolution phase?
So to straight away answer your question, it is an evolution phase. First of all, I can tell you, because I have been an extensive user of ChatGPT for the last about 2 months. And I can tell you that I am, since this is a session about learning and development, I am learning Marathi through ChatGPT. I am learning through a lot of new things through ChatGPT. I am learning wherever I am not very good at HR frameworks themselves, I learn it from ChatGPT. I can give you an example, from the customized point of view. I wanted to understand about new hydrogen, the green hydrogen, and it gave me an answer. And then I asked her that show me a block diagram, and it actually created a block diagram. So which means that whatever way I can understand, the ChatGPT produced it that way. So customization also she did. Correct. The only thing is, this is current version of ChatGPT is based on the data which they captured till September 2021. So which means the knowledge which it has is dated. Okay, so 21 के बाद का updation अभी नहीं हुआ है, which is version 3. GPT version 4 is awaited. GPT version 4 maybe 22, 23 तक रहेगा. So to that extent, the evaluation, as you were saying, certain things will get added, and it is being added continuously. Additional thing is, because it is in addition to the artificial intelligence, this has a component of machine learning, which means that with every conversation it is going through, and because it is one platform being used worldwide, it is becoming more and more intelligent, right? So therefore, what is happening is, day by day, every passing day, this is going to become more intelligent. Every passing day, its capabilities are going to increase. The learning and development is going to see a major shift, in the sense there is no major shift. The only shift is the process of learning is going to change majorly. So Ashish, I will say that, that 90% of the teaching AI professor can do, maybe 95% content wise. Yeah, my personal experience. Okay, I mean, again, because I have experienced myself, It is only the persuasiveness. For example, मेरी class में अगर 10 बच्चे, so as a teacher I will understand किस बच्चे को क्या समझ नहीं आ रहा, right? And if that bacha doesn't ask questions, ChatGPT can answer only if you ask questions. No? अगर वो बच्चा क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेगा तो प्रोफेसर को समझ आएगा, प्रोफेसर कैन डू सम इंटरवेंशन. इसके अलावा प्रोफेसर का कोई काम बचा नहीं. So everything ChatGPT, because I have seen asking them, it gives me an answer and say, I don't like your answer. Tell me more about these two things or convert it into something of this form, and it reacts. And I can tell you, because it is evolving, इसके आंसर हमेशा 100 accurate नहीं होते, generic भी आते हैं, but then obviously अपना human factor बिल्कुल कम नहीं होगा. So it becomes a very good guide.
Yeah. Agree with you. And this one, so Ashish made a very interesting point there when he said that in today's world where Google knows everything, there's no premium to just knowing something. Knowing how to apply that is more important than just the knowledge in itself.
Yeah.
And Rajesh, you are a true HR professional. The way you assigned a female gender to ChatGPT, I love that. And
I was going to say that.
Yeah. Love your ability to visualize that today women are actually surpassing men in very different areas. Yeah, great observation there, Rajesh. Coming back to you, Nirupama. So there are many different things that we have been struggling with when it comes to training, learning, and teaching. One amongst them is accessibility. Accessibility of because of networks, because of devices, because of languages, because of pedagogies. There are so many different ways accessibility has been challenged. Does ChatGPT help in areas to improve accessibility of teaching and learning?
No, absolutely. I mean, I feel it will come to an extent to which somebody doesn't have to go to school at some point, and they can have group learning, they can chat on the group and learn, or individually learn. But that aside, I think you've raised a very important question, because as long as you have an internet connection, which is today available in most places, and it's only going to improve, people can just sit on a beach and learn what they want to learn, right? They can sit in their hut and learn what they have to learn. And if you see the smaller towns, everybody knows how to use a smartphone, right? So they just have to log in and check out and customize it for their language. I think Rajesh said he tried it out himself to learn Marathi. Now I'm tempted to learn more languages that way. And the nicest thing is we can make time, because now I can't say I don't have time to learn. I can learn in the night, or I can learn in the morning. You can learn at your convenience. You can learn in the language that you want to. And you can also reach out to people to check there's something else that we can do together, and then try the same thing across. So while you will have some human interactions to learn and do, I think a majority of your problems you can do at your pace, at your location, wherever you are in the world. It just doesn't matter. So you don't need to perhaps take leave anymore from school or colleges, right? Because you can catch up for the week at a time that's convenient to you. Let's say morning you're busy with something, then in the evening or afternoon you can catch up with something. And what is more important is that different people can do things very differently. So some can learn languages, some can learn math, some can learn science, and they can also collaborate at some point in time. I think that will be the key for people, because, while the mission can help you so much, you still have that. I mean, that will not be taken out. In my mind, even if it is 10 people are doing work on analysis, it may happen that just one guy is doing it tomorrow. That interface will still be there, but it may go to 40:1, right? But it will not be zero. It will never be zero, because there will always be interfaces. It's almost like, when you had your cameras coming on iPhone. I remember I used to work with Apple and do a lot of work for recruitment with them. And everybody said, the cameras are all going to go away. No, the cameras have not gone away. They've all got enhanced. And, one of my colleagues was sharing with me saying, when he was young as a baby, his photographs were taken, once in a year by his dad. And today he's telling almost everything that his child is doing. He's able to take photographs and collate it and keep it. right? So this kind of a learning, in any way, AI is helping you, whether on photographs, whether on movies, whether on maths, whether on science. I think it's going to be a huge game changer from a perspective that anywhere, any place, any language, you can learn. I think that's the crux of the whole thing, and the joy of learning wherever you are. I think that can be tremendous for people.
Very rightly said. I really agree with you when you said it, how it democratizes learning in this case, where in a country like India, where the shortage of faculty, at least good quality faculty, has always been a problem for all of us. And this has been a problem in the system for quite some time. The way this AI softwares, engines or tools are actually making sure the learning is omnipresent everywhere in the air. It's really interesting way to demonstrate the power of technology like this. Coming back to you, Rajesh. So in your role as a CHR in Welspun, when you look at corporate training, corporate learning for your employees, there are many different aspects that come to my mind in terms of need identification, how a training is designed, how it's delivered, how it's effectively measured, evaluated. How do you think a technology like ChatGPT can make corporate training more efficient, more effective, and more engaging?
So I'll give you two answers for this. One answer is from my heart. That answer says ChatGPT will not solve corporate HR problems, because ChatGPT learning is for the people who wants to learn by heart. I will ask questions only if I want to ask questions. ChatGPT is not going to force me to ask questions, right? So therefore, as the saying says, the teacher appears when the student is ready. In corporate world, the students are hardly ready. So, there are people who force people to become students. ChatGPT will not force people to become students, right? So we tell them these are your training needs. Boss tells you learn this. That person will say, okay, if you want me to learn this, I will learn this. But by heart, nobody wants to learn. Or they want to learn something else. What the corporate want to teach, they don't want to learn. So therefore, these artificial problems which we have created by virtue of whatever American frameworks we have brought in, that ChatGPT will not be able to solve. However, the seekers, as per as Buddhist and Hindu mythology, the people who are seekers ke liye ChatGPT is a blessing. But so now that is the answer by heart. However, there are ways, because ChatGPT can help you getting the TNIs done, because ChatGPT is capable of giving you some questionnaire. They can ask you certain questions based upon the inputs we give them to design a questionnaire to understand the training need identification. ChatGPT will do that. फिर आप उसको forcefully employees को दोगे, employees will fill those up. And the ChatGPT is intelligent enough to interpret those answers and bring back what developmental interventions are required. So therefore, that all those things ChatGPT will do, but whether learning will happen or not, I have no comments.
This is a true HR professional talking about how learning can only happen if the learner wants to learn, not when the corporate wants to teach them. Very well said. But then for people who are seekers, there's definitely a great opportunity.
Absolutely. This is biggest thing which has happened on earth for seekers.
No different from the way I understood the word education is. The role of a teacher is to be thinking like a farmer, where he creates the right conditions. But ultimately, there has to be learners who are interested in that.
Absolutely.
Great way of thinking about this. Coming back to you, Ashish. So one of the stuff that we have been always struggling with in this learning, training, and teaching world is the availability of high quality content which are interesting, content which are stories, content which are scenarios, content which are characters, which are plots. Does ChatGPT help create interesting content which then can attract large number of learners the way Rajesh said?
Yes.
How does it help?
So first of all, I agree with what Rajesh ji mentioned about the when the seeker is ready, the guru comes in. In the spiritual world, I would say that when the disciple is ready, the guru is there to give you insights. So now we need to understand the biggest advantage of ChatGPT. ChatGPT is one artificial AI tool. There are so many now coming in, right? So when I say ChatGPT, we should consider AI, working for us. So I think the biggest learning and the biggest tool it has for us is saving time. We can save a lot of time. We don't need to go through a lot of information, compile them, go through them, waste time on that, which can be simplified. Now you can enhance that. Now, same way, when you say about content, I'm a writer, I'm an author, I always used to, when I'm writing something, especially, I need to have a lot of information coming in. I need to go through a lot of my other, books which I have been reading. Now with ChatGPT, it gives me a lot of, it enhances my skills. Now, when you say content, it can give you a lot of content, but ultimately it's your skill, how you use that content, which comes from ChatGPT. It saves time. Now you have a lot of time for your creative thoughts to come into picture. You don't need to do that repetitive work, which you used to do earlier to compile information, make content. Somebody else is doing that for you, and that's AI. So now your creativity, your innovation, your insights can go much deeper into creating much better content than you could do earlier because you were wasting so much time in gathering information. So I think this is an enhancing tool for content creators, but there would be a lot of issues for content creators, accountants, lawyers. They need to get they are the one who need to get adapted to AI as soon as possible, because they are there. These tools are going to enhance their skills. Don't take it as a competition. Learn it. It's like when I started designing, we used to do it on draft papers and all that. Now we have AutoCAD. We have got so many tools. We are using those tools to give a nice design to our clients and get something made on ground. So this is the tool which we are using. Same way, we'll use that AI tool for the content and enhance our creativity. I think this is my take on that.
So a follow-up question to that, Ashish, is does ChatGPT or such AI tools help create video content out of textual material? Can it do that at this point in time?
Yes, I've seen some of the contents on YouTube, because to be very frank, I also got very intimidated when I heard about ChatGPT. I'll be very frank. So I wanted to know more about it, because unless until you don't, why are you scared? Because you don't have information about it. We get scared of the police around us or lawyers because we don't know our fundamental rights. That's why we are scared. So we need to know more. So I did do my research on that. People use content from ChatGPT. They use other AI tools to generate images and short videos. They compile that. Even ChatGPT or such tools make you write a script. What should come first for a video? It can write the entire script based on what you prompt. I think asking question is like giving the right prompt to the AI chat. Like there is a Midjourney or DALL-E. They create photographs out of your prompts. Same way, there are short video generating AI tools. All of that combined can generate an AI video, but you need to combine. There has to be a driver driving all this, and that's you. So that is what's happening. So yes, you can generate, audiovisual content using AI.
Thank you, Ashish. So that brings a question in my mind that have you seen, because you deal with so many companies and deal with so many HR professionals in your normal job, I mean, have you come across scenarios where possibly L&D managers are evaluating if they can create a personalized learning prescription for a particular employee? An employee is struggling with something and has sudden opening balance of competencies and his skill sets. Can it be fed into ChatGPT to create a personalized learning path for this particular person? Is there a use case like that?
I think people are just beginning to do that. So I think it's a little too early because they're just checking it out. And I think, initially they were in awe with it. But now I think people have started using it, and I hear companies are checking that out, because it's like your 5 fingers, right? Everybody has a different way. Everybody has different timelines in which they can learn. So many of them are trying to do that. We with our own trainers and coaching people, we have asked them to check out if they can create something like that, and they're the process of checking out. But what is advanced more than training and learning is on the recruitment space itself. Like I went to a client the other day, and he wanted a CFO, and so I said, "Do you have a JD?" And he just typed out and pulled out a JD, and he just went through it for 30 seconds and said, "This is exactly what I need." And I was so zapped. And this guy said he's using it because he's setting up a new firm. And he's just giving the questions there. And then he's asking, what are the other positions for similar companies that is available? What are the JDs? And, he's structuring his organization based on the inputs ChatGPT is giving. And ChatGPT is giving the job descriptions for the roles. It's amazing to see this, the kind of transformation that is happening. And what would take a lot of time for people to talk to their HR teams, and then they will sit there with the hiring managers to draft it, understand. It's just taking a minute today. So it's very, very surprising, and it's 10 times better than what one would write. That's what he told me. And when I saw the JD, even I was quite zapped. So a lot of this repetitive stuff, I think is changing the world. So you can't obviously say, give me a job description for a CFO. Then it will give you a general one. It will not be useful to you. So you need to say you're a startup. You need to say you're in the retail space or in the IT space. You just need to say, what is the kind of revenues you are going to do? What is the plan? And it can even write a plan for you, a business plan for you. It can write reports for you, the monthly reports. It can write the minutes of the meeting for you. So a lot of this repetitive stuff, I think from an overall perspective, and also from a HR perspective, it can be taken and can also be customized. Like I said, it can be, the training can be customized, recruitment can be customized. And over a period of time, I think if the insights that you may have on certain things, you just have to ask. I think Rajesh put it so beautifully. I think he went to our gurus, right? If the seeker is there, I think, those days, I don't think they talked about it as ChatGPT. They talked about it as gurus, and you were learning under the trees. So, it's amazing. And from what Ashish said too, the way it can enhance and, create things for you. I think, I think it will not only shorten the learning phase, but it will also improve it so much more better.
Okay. Understood that. Now, Rajesh, just help me understand. You, during your last comment, you mentioned that ChatGPT, the pre-trained transformer, is actually trained in 2021 data. That's I thought I heard that. So, which means that the training provided to this tool is dated at this point in time and needs to become continuously trained. Now, my question in my mind is that when you say it's trained, it means somebody else is trained. Now, unless I can train this AI ML tool to my specific case, my specific industry, and provide a detailed training to him, how do I personalize this? How do I make its answers and its responses more specific and accurate? Is there a way to train this type of tools today, or is it there in the pipeline in the future?
Good question. So I'll take it up. So first of all, when I said September 2021, so the data, the global data which it has, see, which is ChatGPT's resources, they are updated up till September 2021. But training, because of the machine learning aspect, it keeps on training itself regularly. So training doesn't stop in 21. Training is continued. However, the database is dated. So for example, if you ask her a question which pertains to 2022, it very politely says that my data is till 21. So 22 mein kya hua, I may not know. Okay. So that is one. Now coming to the customization. In fact, I had this discussion with ChatGPT itself. So hearing from the horse's mouth, the answer was that this is a generic tool available for the whole world at a given point in time, right? Obviously, so everything happens with that data, the engine is the same, right? What changes at times is, yes, they have paid versions. For example, as Wellspun, I can buy a paid version. Okay, that paid version may be faster. The paid version may be they have more features. The paid version can be
more comprehensive.
Correct. So all those things can happen. And even today, for example, when I ask ChatGPT some questions and I say that, I'm talking from the point of view of Wellspun Enterprises Limited, and I will tell her some data, other data she will pick from the existing information on the web or wherever on Wellspun Enterprises, and it will quickly bring that understanding in. So ये इसको मेरे को अलग से Wellspun Enterprise के बारे में train करने की जरूरत नहीं है. So what it already does, it will tell you in Wellspun Enterprises the values are so and so, बिना उसको बताए हुए आपका value ये है, आपका ये है, उसके हिसाब से ऐसा होना चाहिए. So therefore the intelligence is tremendous, I can tell you even today. However, customization at times, for example, we use another tool which is based on artificial intelligence, which is backed by GPT, ChatGPT. So there we are gathering the people voices, and there is a bot, her name is Amber, and that bot talks to the employees as if a person is interacting with them. So that is artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence, because it creates its own responses also. So therefore, there some customization is happening because it is talking to my team based upon the problem posed by them and the issues which in ChatGPT's library already exist. So that kind of a customization is possible. ChatGPT is offering those services. The organization is offering those services. However, the larger platform database tool is general.
Understood. So whatever is available publicly on the web or internet is something that it can learn from. But however, in case you have your own personal data which is not available on the web and you want the transformer to train on that, possibly that will come up in the paid versions in future.
Still, we don't have an example wherein we provide some data. When you are asking the questions, you can give as many details. For example, as Nirupama was saying, that somebody said JD quickly ban jata hai. So while I want him to make, I want her to make a JD. So if I give her more information about the role, the JD becomes more accurate. So there, what I'm doing is I'm customizing it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if I say,
these are still very generic examples, but a specific example would be case that when you can feed your last 4 years sales data, your leads and conversions and sales.
I checked such a platform is not available as far as my knowledge is concerned, but we can still check. I cannot provide a backend se main data nahi dal sakta.
But that's what I meant is that since we can't do it today, but in sometime in future, possibly there will be ways where you can train this transformer using your own personal data in the company.
It is still not available that.
So ChatGPT doesn't have that. Maybe some other AI engines have started thinking in those lines. Thanks.
I know about Bard also. Bard is on the same. Bard is even more generic.
I think I would like to add here that Google is working on having your own AI tool for your organization where you feed in the information based on your database. So it will have the privacy and it will work only for your organization. So whatever information you will feed in for your organization, for your company, it will cater for that as a tool. So that is something Google is working on. I was, watching their launch for that, the Bard. They are working on that. Yeah, absolutely. It's like intranet. It's like internet versus intranet. Same way, there would be a bot for you, for your personalized organization. Yeah.
So Ashish, did your research also throw up interesting facts about whether technologies like ChatGPT can gamify education? Because in training and education industry, we realize that unless you gamify this, engaging becomes very difficult, and dropout rate, success rate, course completion rates have been challenged all this while. Does it help gamify education to some extent?
I think it will help people to feel confident when they're learning, because they have somebody as a tool to enhance and tool to support them, right? Say, for example, I would like to write another book. Now I won't have the writer's block because I have somebody helping me out to give me some more ideas to write the book, right? Even it can be anything. So it can help me feel that I have somebody backing me up. I'm stuck. I've got some problem to solve. And I would go to ChatGPT and find a way out how to crack that. But I have one concern, especially for the younger generation. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, is that if I am too dependent on a tool like this, whether I'll be using my brain to, get over that kind of problem, because problem solving is also neuroplasticity. Getting a ready-made answer might not help me use my brain the way I used to use earlier. That is something which clicks on my mind. So maybe that enhancing or the gamifying this entire process some way may affect our thought process and the learning curve or that neuroplasticity. Do you have anything on that, Shantanu? I would like to ask you now. You've been asking us, but do you think, am I on the right line?
No, so what I meant is I want to differentiate gamification from game-based learning. And I thought that using of motivational stuff like leadership boards, the way they give points, they give scorecards and those badges and stuff like that, at times help retain people on the platform than leaving them away. That's what my question, but happy to understand your perspective about how you talked about the game-based learning instead of gamification, but that was interesting. Coming back to you, Nirupama, now changing my track now. So all of these are good when it comes to ChatGPT, but I've also seen that in some countries and some organizations, there's been a very strong antibiotic relationship, reaction to a technology like this. People think that it can take away jobs. It can actually make people unemployed in times of time. It's a technology to be feared about. What is your opinion on that?
It's a good question because I think most people are thinking on those lines. And it's important to understand that anything that is new always has resistance. Right? Acceptance takes a long time with anything that is new, starting from a wedding. Right? You get married and it takes time. So you expect that to, immediately to understand the person the next minute. It doesn't happen, right? So it's the same way. And there will be resistance because, if I have to quote the analogy of the wedding, they'll say, I was not brought up like this. This is how I have all through been, and this is the way I eat. This is the way I do things. Similarly, if you apply in a larger perspective, there will be a lot of resistance because many of them, I think, are scared for the sake of being scared, without even knowing what it is. I think the fear psychosis, one. So that I think, people will get over it. Two, even though some countries even want to ban it and stuff like that, I think it's here to stay. Because what people need to understand is it's only going to enhance your learning. It's only going to improve you, right? While it may take away a few jobs that are repetitive in nature, like I said, it may become 1:10, 1:40 ratio. Instead of just 40 people, one person may be working. But then your insights, your wisdom, and your interaction, the vibes that you can, those are never going to stop. Right? It's all here to stay. So at the end of the day, if you are able to use it meaningfully, it will enhance and take the world to a different level. And at the touch of a button, you can get meaningful information because ChatGPT is just one way of looking at it. And there are several things that will come in. So instead of having a fear, because 10 or let's say 30 years back, when the mobile phones were not there, if somebody was talking on the road and just, putting their hand on the ear and going, you would have thought the guy is mad. Right. But today you're not bothered, you saying he's just kind of on the mobile talking. And so the same way, people will get used to it after some time. So what they would have thought, a retarded guy is doing talking on the road is today seeing as, he's having a meaningful conversation with somebody. I feel ChatGPT is revolutionizing communication, is revolutionizing the way we interact, is revolutionizing customization of things for you. I mean, what you would take ages to even think through. I think Ashish has written books. So when you write a book, the amount of thinking you have to go through is so high. Here, you can think along with ChatGPT. So in terms of saving of time, in terms of the inputs, in terms of the customization, and to also improve your own thinking processes. I think it's like an assistant next door. Right? You can chat, but then yes, it's not with blood and it's not made out of blood. It's not something that you can smile at you. It can throw up data that you can smile from, but it cannot smile and laugh with you. So it's very important for everybody to understand that, first understand what it can do and what it cannot do.
Yeah.
And take it on to help you in what ways it can help you, and strengthen yourself rather than, just have the fear and not touch it at all. That's the way I look at it. If there are drawbacks, you don't need to go into that because, I think over a period, everybody will know how to handle it. It's a question of understanding without having any fear conceptually, and then using it for your own benefit.
Rajesh, how do you think? Is the technology, I want to reserve my opinion at this stage, but I want to know what you think about it. Is the technology really innocuous? I mean, is harmless? I mean, some of my friends tell me that the advent of ChatGPT in the world of work is similar to what happened during Industrial Revolution for agriculture. It completely changes the perspective of the way you see labor, the way you see workforce, the way you think about those concentric circles inside organizations, right? To think about teams, productivity, you think about resilience, you think about employee leaving, all of these things. Does it change really? How are you seeing it as a CHR?
You see, this is not going to solve the word hunger problem. Okay, so when I say that, that means this is a very good support system, excellent support system, and people who can use, they will make best use of it. However, this is for example, they all kinds of people. Some people will make best use, as I said. The other people who are dependent, who know, who one dependent, कि कोई बताएगा तो सुनूंगा, अगर समझाएगा, कोई बोलेगा, कोई वीडियो दिखाएगा, कोई ये करेगा, या don't want to learn somehow, किसी को जैसे स्कूल में कुछ बच्चे होते हैं जिनको पकड़ पकड़ के सिखाना पड़ता है, बताना पड़ता है, वो सब चीजों को एक कवर होते ही नहीं इसमें. तो so therefore automatically मेरे ख्याल से 20-25% से ज्यादा population इसके डायरेक्ट दायरे में नहीं आने वाली, right? So having said that, इसमें there are some people who are very the ChatGPT is being banned also at some places because because the people feel it is going to be very harmful. So see, what happens is, all said and done, because it is not a human being, so howsoever intelligent, but it is still artificial. Okay, so अब आप देखते हो इंटरनेट में there are whole lot of data or information available which may not be accurate, which may be misleading, right? So, and this engine will not know which is authentic and which is not authentic. So therefore, many a times it can give you responses which are not right. And if you do not apply your mind to filter out or to understand whether this is accurate or not, it may lead to some disasters, because if you have taken all the decision based on whatever ChatGPT has suggested you, there are chances, maybe 5%, 10%, there are chances that may be a wrong thing to do, right? So that is one. And second is the many a times there are ethical issues. For example, even on internet there are all kinds of contents available. We all know that, which are offensive culturally or ethically. So this engine will not be able to differentiate even those. So maybe our children are using it, or maybe some person using it who should not be exposed to those kind of contents, and there is a possibility that it brings it up because it doesn't know what is offensive or not. So that way, this technology has some limitations. So therefore, we need people who can deal with it.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I would like to add here, Shantanu, I would like to add here to what Rajesh said. I've read something really interesting about AI. There are three kinds of people for AI. One, who will be defending it, defenders, Then second are the developers who will be developing AI. And the third are the deployers who will deploy this tool for their own benefit. So three categorization of people would be using this AI, the 3Ds. So I think that would be, yeah.
So well said.
Interesting.
In the interest of time, I just have one last question for you, Ashish. Why don't you help me conclude in that case? In that case, Nirupama talked about the fact that repetitive tasks will become irrelevant in times to come. They can be replaced. Rajesh said that possibly it can impact 25% of job roles, which are showing up somewhere there. How do you think in that context can employees keep themselves relevant? Whatever skill set they should pick up in times to come?
I think we need to understand that, as I always say, that we are evolving. Do you remember cyber cafes? We used to see them all over. They're gone now. So there is always a shift in industries and technology and, in workforce and all that. This is going to happen. We cannot say that it's not going to happen. It's going to happen. It happens with every industry. Now, the most important thing is to be ahead with times, or to be with times, learning the tools which are there for you. So I think the most important skill, and which we all have, we don't know, is probably being adaptive, to adapt to new things. And we are, as human beings, we know how to adapt. It's just that we are not ready to adapt because it's uncomfortable. But ultimately, we need to. And that's what would be required. We need to adapt the new technology which is coming in. We cannot say, no, please do not come. We don't want to. It's going to come. If you won't use it, somebody else would. And somebody who is using this tool will go faster than you. Yeah. That is where we need to keep the pace. That is more important.
Agreed.
Use it as a tool. Take it with positivity and take it, as if somebody is there to help you out. I think that's the positive outlook you can have. You can always look at it in different perspective, but this is what I feel.
Adaptability alongside the other cognitive skills is possibly we have to
absolutely.
And that's something that's irreplaceable. Thank you so much. And I love discussion with all of you, Nirupama, Rajesh, Ashish. This is an interesting discussion. In the interest of time, I'll have to stop here and possibly hand it over to Nilakshi. Over to you, Nilakshi.
Thank you so much, Shantanu. And what a discussion. I mean, how many spectrums have we touched? And, when I was going through this discussion, as intrigued I was getting, there was one example I thought I will table to be of conclusion to this discussion. So I come from Calcutta. Most of my life I've lived in Calcutta. And Calcutta is a land where we resist everything that comes to us in the beginning. And funnily, we then become very sweet adapters to that as well with time. So the one establishment that came into my mind when you guys were talking is that there was a time when our Passport Seva Kendra, right? It used to be a nightmare of a living being. And I remember when I got my first passport, which was like years ago, I don't even want to quote the number, but that many years ago, I remember standing in a queue outside of the office because there wasn't enough space inside of the office, in a queue for behind about 45 to 50 people in Calcutta's sweltering heat. And today, when I got my latest passport renewed because it was expiring, I walked in very nicely to a very savvy cabin and came out of it exactly in 40 minutes. I was timing myself. It was exactly in 40 minutes, right? That's an evolution we have seen. And we know the kind of contribution technology has had in this evolution to happen. So I think what all of you very beautifully put across with the various spectrums that you touched, that it is here to stay. There is nothing to feel scared about it because you cannot run away from it. The way you couldn't run away from the internet and the laptops and the computers, you cannot run away from evolving technology because that is where the world is going to go. It is about how nicely, how flexibly we adapt to it and how best we use it, because end of the day, artificial will still stay artificial. Our own intelligence will still stay ours. So it's about the beauty of not letting artificial intelligence become our masters and let it stay the other way around. I think that's my takeaway from this beautiful discussion. And I knew it would be intriguing, flowing, and it would touch a variety of spectrums given, the august audience I have here today. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think this could have gotten better. Thank you for your time and hope to see you, much more of you, in recent times to come. And happy chat GPTing, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Enjoyed talking to
Nilakshi.
all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a good day.
And
You too.
thank you,
Bye.
Shantanu. You've been a wonderful host. I think this is
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you, Shantanu. Thank you, Nilakshi. Bye.
Thanks, Ashish. Thanks,
bye,
Nirupama.
Ashish, Nirupama.
Bye.
Nice meeting you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last category and the most coveted category of the awards, which is the individual category. I would urge my backend team to give me a thumbs up so that I can go ahead. Yes, and that is a thumbs up that I can go ahead. Thank you for that. So in the individual category, the first award category that we are going to be rewarding is that of a transformational woman leader. Now, this award recognizes women leaders who have established themselves as a role model by empowering and mentoring their followers, being innovative, and by encouraging and inspiring their subordinates to reach their fullest potential. I very proudly present a very experienced HR professional with a demonstrated history of working in the IT, leisure, travel, and tourism industry, skilled in HR consulting, customer relationship management, technical recruiting, HR policies, and screening. Presenting, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Transformational Women Leader Award. Please put your hands together for Brinda Purohit Kanik, Head HR Operations at Times Pro. Let's hear it loud for Brinda. Brinda also has something to tell us. Can we hear the video?
Thank you, jury, People First, for selecting me to receive this award. I'm happy to accept the award on behalf of my team at Times Pro. This is an award representing our belief and culture of keeping people first. In my journey with Times Pro, I had the pleasure to work on multiple transformational projects, driving growth and employee engagement. Thanks to the wonderful ecosystem that promotes and nurtures leaders. Be it CEO Anish or the leadership team, they have constantly motivated and pushed me to raise the bar. With mentoring support from my manager, driving change became easy. This journey was filled with ups and downs. However, keeping the spirit of faster, farther together at the core of what we do, we accomplished some big, hairy, audacious goals. As we continue our journey of growth, I am looking forward to make substantial contribution to build Times Pro. Gratitude once again to everyone.
Wasn't that wonderful? Now moving on to the second winner in this category. An experienced HR leader with a proven history of building, developing, managing, and scaling high-performing teams in the technology sector. Talent acquisition, recruitment and retention strategies, people management, business partnering, change management, leadership hiring, training need analysis, and employee engagement are her fortes. A core member of HR teams with scaled-up operations of blue-chip companies such as Microsoft, VMware in India in the last 13 years. She has been heading HR since the last 7 years for Tekion, a startup founded by ex-Tesla technology team with an innovative product for the automotive sector. As its first employee, she oversaw the recruitment and expansion of Tekion's global team to 3,000 plus innovators in India and the US. Please welcome Soumya SM, Senior Director, Tekion, as a winner of the Transformational Women's Leader Award 2023. Let's hear what Soumya's got to tell us.
I'm absolutely thrilled with this announcement. It's an honor for me to take the Transformational Women Leaders Award. Thank you to all the jury members who found merit in me. Looking forward to meeting the other winners. Thank you.
Congratulations, Soumya. Truly deserved. Our next category in the individual section is People First Leader. This award recognizes leaders who have demonstrated determination, drive, innovation, impact, vision, commitment, and sustainability, have fostered initiatives that promote a collegial environment, evidence to indicate the person's ability to inspire, excite, create strong values, and engage with their workforce. The first winner in this category, he has been handling HRBP functions for industries like FMCG, IT, and BFSI under various HR banners. He has worked exclusively on setting up 3 captive IT units, 2 BPM centers, BPOs, across various states, and was involved in special projects for specific countries like US, Australia, Canada, UK, Hong Kong, and managing South Asia and APAC countries, etc. He strongly believes in revolutionizing the employee experience in a buoyant workplace to boost productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our People First leader, Kaustav Mitra, lead HRBP Newell Brands. Let's hear it for him. Now let's hear it from him.
Good evening, all. Thank you, People First HR Award, for this incredible honor. Receiving this HR award is really, I feel humbled and immensely grateful for this recognition. This achievement wouldn't have been possible without the exceptional team with whom I work, and is a testament of the collaborative efforts of their hard work as well as unwavering support of organization. I would like to extend my gratitude to my manager, Sharon Brooks, and Newell Brands for their trust and support on me. This inculcates to a commitment in fostering a thriving workplace where employees are valued, motivated, and empowered. So once again, thank you so much for this prestigious award.
Thank you, Kaustav, and heartiest congratulations to you again. Our next winner in this category has an illustrious career of more than 20 years. He has had exposure to plant management, operation and maintenance, statutory clearances, production planning, project management, team management, sustainable development, production budgeting, and stakeholder management, HR and IR management, and is presently serving with a major cement producer as director plant. Heartiest congratulations, Pankaj, on winning the People First Leader Award. Pankaj Kumar Sharma, Deputy CEO, Bharat Aluminium Company Limited. Let's listen in to what Pankaj has to say.
I am extremely privileged and honored to receive the prestigious People First Leader Award, organized by the People First HR Excellence Award 2023. I would like to dedicate this achievement to the extraordinary efforts of the entire Balco team. Our vision became reality only because of their dedication and hard work. Furthermore, I would not have reached this milestone without their outstanding performance and remarkable accomplishment. In achieving best practices in HR, innovation, and sustainability through their initiatives like inclusion of transgender at different functions in Balco, successful application of biodiesel in technological vehicles, trial of biodiesel for preheating of ladle, AI-based camera at prominent plant locations for remote safety surveillance, innovative projects like bath sensor for real-time monitoring of the bath parameters, AR/VR based training center developed for all Balco and business partner employee. My seniors and mentors have also played an important influence in my career. They played a significant part in my talent improvement. This award will always serve as a reminder of how hard we all worked to make our company a pioneer in the aluminum sector. Moreover, this honor will serve to drive me to attain greater success in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pankaj. That was wonderful. Congratulations again. Our next proud winner, he's a distinguished professional with over 12 plus years of experience in the field of human resources, currently heading the HR function at Rampura Agucha Mines at ZL, the second largest zinc mine in the world. He has been recognized with numerous awards and accolades for outstanding contribution to the field of human resources. Recently been honored with the highly coveted Chairman's Award for exceptional work of spotting talents and leadership from within. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Alok Jain from Hindustan Zinc Limited. Let's have Alok's video.
Thank you, People First, for providing me the opportunity to be the part of such prestigious award. I am striving for creating a better workplace at Vedanta by creating positive work environment which support employee physical and mental health. My key priorities would be creating high level of engagement for better business outcome, creating diverse and inclusive workplace where everyone feels valued and respected, and creating continuous learning opportunities for our identified high potential and talents to ensure their continuous nurturing, capability building and career growth. Finally, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the jury members for recognizing me for such prestigious award, and thank you HR team and CHRO for always supporting and creating better workplace in Vedanta. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alok. Our last but definitely not the least winner in this category. He comes with a rich experience in the field of mining and heads the largest underground mine of Asia, the Sindesar Khurd Mines. Handling a cumulative workforce of almost 3,500, he specializes in driving skill enhancement and upgradation initiatives for key mining positions. We wish him years of success ahead. Please put your hands together for Selva Kumaran S, CHRO of SK Mines at Hindustan Zinc. Let's have Selva's video.
The journey to this title has its own story. संघर्ष और साहस की गहराइयों से उभरते हैं सफलता के पर्वत, which means mountains of success rise from the depth of struggle and courage. I would like to express my deepest gratitude with this prestigious People First HR Excellence Award in the category of People First Leader. I am incredibly grateful to the organizers, the esteemed jury members, and all those who have recognized my efforts throughout my journey. Receiving this award is not just a personal achievement. There are many people who helped me morally during my tenure associated with Hindustan Zinc Vedanta. Especially, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to my Deputy CHRO, Mr. Manmeet Singh, IBU CHRO, Mr. Saurav Mishra, and entire Dariba HR team for their support and belief in me. I would like to continue to lead the way in putting people at the heart of our operations. Thanks once again for this honor. This recognition reinforced my commitment to championing the importance of people-centric practices in the workplace. I firmly believe that when we put people at the forefront of our organization, we create environments that nurture creativity, innovation, and long-term success. Thank you.
Congratulations, Selva. With this, we come to the end of this category and moving on to the next individual category awards, Leading Minds in HR. This award recognizes HR leaders and consultants based anywhere in the world who are recognized as thought leaders, not just within their organization, but across the HR community and business world. It celebrates achievements of people who have made monumental contributions to both HR and business fraternity. This award is for people who have set challenging benchmarks for others in the HR fraternity to follow. I now present the winner of this very, very coveted individual category of award. Experienced in human resources, scholar with demonstrated history of working in the information and technology services industry. Skilled in human resource, talent management, sourcing, screening, and performance management. Strong human resource professional with a Master's of Business Administration focused in human resource development from the Swinburne University of Technology, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this dynamic young winner of the Leading Minds in HR Award, Dr. Kanupriya Manchanda, VP Infobeams Technology. Let's hear it for her, ladies and gentlemen. Let's play the video.
Thank you so much, the People First HR Excellence Award team, for giving me the honor for the second time in the role. I'm truly indebted. Firstly, I would like to thank the jury, the selection committee, and the People First team for their relentless efforts and meticulous approach. I would like to dedicate this award to my entire HR team, Infobeams family, and friends who have always trusted and inspired me. To all my HR professionals, I would like to share that our primary responsibility in the organization is to create a culture where every team members thrive, every talent is empowered, and every voice is heard. So friends, be fearless, be bold, upskill yourself, and be ready to take charge to build the organizations for future. Once again, thank you so much, the People First team, for recognizing my effort and valuing it for the HR community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kanupriya, and congratulations once again. Moving on to the next category of Charismatic Business Leader. The award recognizes HR leaders who have been able to positively influence stakeholders within and outside of the organization to create value for the organization. Stakeholders could include employees, team members, channel partners, vendors, and strategic alliances. They do this through a right blend of impactful communication, crucial conversations, empathy, persuasiveness, and a deep connect with stakeholders. And a rightful winner of this award, he has a stellar career of more than 20 years and a proven track record of increasing business performance through identifying, planning, and executing strategic initiatives. Hands-on expertise in managing operations and workforce planning and resource fulfillment. Ankur Saxena, SVP and Head of Strategic Operations at Mphasis, is truly a deserving winner of the much coveted award this year, the Charismatic Business Leader Award. Let's hear it loud.
Hi, I'm deeply honored and delighted to win the Charismatic Business Leader of the Year award. I want to thank the jury and People First organization for recognizing my contributions to Mphasis. And this award is a testimony to my team as well, who have put a lot of hard work and dedication in helping me achieve whatever I have been possible to. At the same time, I would like to say that I firmly believe in collaboration. And this all would not have been possible without working with my mentors, with my colleagues, with my peers. And I'm grateful for their support throughout my journey. Now, when I look at all the other nominees in this category and other categories, I think they're all leaders in their own mind. And I believe that we all will continue to drive innovation and inspire people in the coming years. In the end, I'm grateful for the recognition, and I hope I'll continue to inspire the next generations. Thank you.
Many congratulations, Ankur. Moving on to the next category of award, a very close to heart one again, People's CEO of the Year. This award, as the name suggests, felicitates the CEO who has created a sustaining impact on the organization by enabling extraordinary people practices. The award recognizes those organizational leaders who have not only enabled growth, but done it so by energizing and engaging with teams to create leading practices for others to emulate. Can it get any better? I would want to present the first winner of this award. He says, I believe in the power of outsourcing to transform industries and fundamentally alter business dynamics. Having watched up close how subcontract manufacturing transformed the electronics industry and how IBM, Cisco, HP, and others gradually outsourced all their manufacturing operations, I firmly believe that software product building will go the same way and can be completely outsourced. This simple premise never fails to spark a substantial debate and underlines everything that we do. A stellar career of over 30 years. Please put your hands together for Gauri Shankar Subramanian, CEO Aspire Systems, the winner of the People's CEO of the Year Award. I'd now take the privilege of reading out a written speech that Gauri has sent for us so kindly. Thank you, People First HR Excellence team, for the recognition. This award is a testament to the remarkable efforts of aspirants whose unwavering dedication and commitment have made this achievement possible. I would like to thank each and every aspirant for their contributions day in and day out. This award motivates us to continue championing people-centric leadership and serves as an impetus for us to create an inclusive workplace. Thank you once again for this incredible honor, and let us continue to share our journey of putting people first and making a positive impact in society. So beautifully said, Gauri. Congratulations once again. Moving to the next winner in this category, a top-level professional with over 20 years of experience in infrastructure sector with core competence in strategy, regulatory affairs, policy advocacy, financing, M&A, legal, commercial operations, project management and execution, corporate affairs, and talent management. Vibhav is a highly motivated, self-driven professional with proven track record of consistently surpassing goals. He follows a 360-degree entrepreneurial approach in solution finding with focus on time-bound delivery and returns. With strong cross-functional leadership skills, teamwork orientation, and ability to drive decision-making, Vibhav has risen through the ranks and acquired top leadership position in a short span of time in one of the biggest corporates in India. We're proud to present the People CEO of the Year Award to Vibhav Agarwal, CEO Power at Vedanta Limited.
Hello everyone, I am very happy to receive this People's CEO of the Year Award, which I would like to dedicate to each and every member of my team, as these awards are recognition of achievement by a team which is in perfect sync and CEO is just a face and the recipient on their behalf. I would like to decipher the true meaning behind People's CEO, and that can only be someone who is a mentor, guide, value adder to the CVs of each teammate, and he or she is everything but a boss, and work to create more and more leaders with complete and honest selflessness who are highly motivated, self-driven, and also become people's CEO in times to come. Thanks to the jury for considering me for this award. Thank you.
Many congratulations to you, Vibhav. Our next winner in the category has over 26 years of successful track record in senior leadership roles in business transformation, performance improvement, and margin expansion. Deep experience in sales and marketing, product management, channel management, strategy, P&L management, customer experience, digital, BD, and as a country head in healthcare and financial services industries. A transformational leader with expertise in delivering impact through out-of-box product value propositions and go-to-market models. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Alok Kumar, CEO, NEC Corporation, as the People's CEO of the Year. Heartiest congratulations to you, Alok.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It is my honor to receive this award from People First HR magazine. Last year has been an incredibly difficult year in the ICT sector. We have gone from an era of exuberance to what we can now call as a perfect storm. Through this year at NEC India, we have kept the employee motivation, their sense of purpose, and their connection with the brand very much alive. We have delivered strong financial results and on people metrics, recording one of the highest employee engagement score, which is 8% higher than the market. Today, our employees are our biggest brand ambassadors. We have come a long way, but we have a lot more to do, and we look forward to the motivation from all of you esteemed industry colleagues to reach new heights. And once again, I thank you for this award, which is a recognition for the work that our incredible team at NEC India is doing every day to keep our employees engaged, motivated, and with a sense of purpose. Thank you again.
Thank you, Alok. Congratulations to you again. Our next winner in this category, an enviable career across IT and service technology business. This veteran professional brings years of expertise and acumen in several areas of business and leadership, from focusing on significant organic and merger-based growth, new revenue generation, client account growth, and significant margin improvements, to experience in global delivery of technology services to diverse industries and digital transformation experience, including CX transformation, omnichannel, cloud transformation, and B2B e-commerce portals. Please welcome Ajay Kumar, CEO, SLK Software Private Limited. He's an astute professional and a proud winner of the People CEO of the Year Award.
Hi, everyone. It is with deep humility and gratitude that I accept this People First HR Excellence Award for the People CEO of the Year. I wish to thank the selection committee and everyone involved in this process. I also wish to congratulate the fellow awardees. We are in this age of artificial intelligence, AI, where I believe the people first approach is more needed than ever. And not just with our employees. We have to connect with their families to create a more powerful and positive environment. Being recognized as People CEO means that our collective effort at SLK Software to create a culture of empowerment, growth, and happiness is being celebrated. I wish to share this award with each and every amazing member of our SLK Software family. I represent them, and it is their collective brilliance and relentless efforts that propels us forward every single day. Thank you so much. I am deeply honored.
Thank you, and congratulations to you again, Ajay. Moving to the next set of awards, and this one truly is special, the CHRO of the Year Award. This award recognizes the CHRO who has made an impact on his or her organization, business, people, along with the larger HR community, industry, and the community at large. Evidences to indicate the person's ability to inspire, excite, create strong values, and engage with their workforce. The first winner in this segment, she says, I'm a connector, futurist, and innovator. An enviable career span of almost 30 years. Amanda Kelleher, Chief People Officer Consensus, has a vast experience and is currently heading the people function at Consensus, a leading Ethereum software company based in New York. Her passion lies in enabling startups, encouraging diversity and inclusivity, promoting women in the space of technology, as well as CSR and social impact programs. Please put your hands together for Amanda as the winner of the CHRO of the Year Award.
Wow, CHRO of the Year, what an honor. I am
truly touched and very grateful for this recognition. In this moment, I'm reminded of the collective resilience, adaptability, and the spirit of consensus. This award does not belong to me alone. It is a reflection of all our people across every level and vertical of consensus that really has embraced change over the past few years and strive tirelessly to make consensus a destination employer. I accept this award on behalf of all of you. To my team specifically, your effort, enthusiasm, and willingness is the foundation of our success. You make all this happen, and I'm so proud to have the pleasure of working alongside of you day in and day out to help build this company. Thank you. This award is for you too. To our leaders, thank you for your support and trust. It is invaluable. And to our employees, thank you for your trust, dedication, and your voices. You really are the heartbeat. This isn't the finish line, it's a milestone. We still have a road ahead of us full of opportunities, and I'm really, really excited about what the future holds. Lastly, thank you to the Committee of People First HR Excellence Awards. Rest assured, this is not the last that you've seen of us. We're beyond excited to continue our journey of building a workplace where people can really thrive. Thank you to everybody.
That was beautiful, Amanda. Cheers to you. Our next winner in this category, a senior human resources leader with diverse industry experience spanning 2 decades across sectors like IT, pharmaceuticals, retail, financial services, tea plantation, with significant global exposure in all facets of HR and organizational effectiveness. He has led HR for diverse and rapidly growing regions like Africa, Americas, and Europe, gaining enormous experience in a new country foray, setting up and scaling business in different countries. Throughout his career, he has leveraged experiences in learning and OD, organization design and restructuring, change management, talent management, M&A, compensation and benefits, and partnering with CXOs to tailor-make talent strategies towards setting and scaling HR operations. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dhirendra Nath, Chief People Officer, SLK Group, for winning the CHRO of the Year award. Heartiest congratulations.
Hello, everyone. A very warm welcome to all of you who have assembled here today. With great humility, I accept this award from People First HR Excellence, CHRO of the Year. My gratitude to the jury who felt I'm worthy enough to receive this award, especially since I belong to extremely talented fraternity who have stalwarts building institution over the years. I have always believed a building institution is hard. Shaping culture which differentiates organization who succeed and who don't is difficult, but at the same time, extremely joyful journey. And it becomes joyful because you are able to galvanize everybody in the organization towards that direction. So today I'm representing that fraternity set of colleagues who have together with me shaped the organization to be growth ready. I'm just a representative of a team who make me look good. Thanks to all of them for backing our conviction and making us what we are today. So thank you so much, and my congratulations to fellow winners today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and many congratulations to you again. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the last segment of the individual category awards and the awards for the day. And these two go beyond exciting. The first one I'll present to you is the Most Influential Global CHRO Award. The Most Influential Global CHROs Award recognizes CHROs based anywhere in the world, irrespective of their industry or sector. Nominations were reviewed for the impact that they have had on their organization and on the industry and sector, amongst other things. All the submissions had supporting matrices, evidences, the person's ability to inspire, influence, and create change. And it went through a rigorous panel of juries for us to be able to arrive at these decisions. Presenting the first, most dynamic, influential global CHRO. He spearheads the global human resource functions at Aspire. Oops, I've given it out. He has been a part of Aspire for more than 20 years now. He began his career journey as a trainee in the human resource department in the same organization. His diligence and leadership skills saw him rise to the position of head HR within a few years. Please put your hands together, and big one at that, for Dinesh Kumar TK, Vice President, Human Resources, Aspire Systems. Dinesh has been very kind to send us a note to be read out at this opportune moment. So here it goes. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the jury of the People First HR Excellence Awards for recognizing me with this award. On this occasion, I must acknowledge the efforts of my remarkable team, which has been instrumental in bringing our vision to life. Each of them has displayed commitment and creativity in tackling the challenges we face in the ever-evolving landscape of talent management. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to all aspirants across the globe for their support in helping us create an exceptional workplace. Once again, I'm truly honored to accept the most influential global CHRO award, and I share this recognition with every member of the Aspire Systems family. A very big congratulations to you, Dinesh Kumar, and we're really happy to extend this to you. Moving on to the second, there are no first and seconds, which I have been saying since the entire day, but having said so, just for the sake of parity. So this gentleman, we have heard so much about him, so giving out the name right in the beginning might not be opportune, but having said so, well, why should we hide? Let's cut to the chase. Harshvendra Soin, popularly known as Harsh, is the Global Chief People Officer and Head of Marketing, People Supply Chain, RMG, and Corporate Services at Tech Mahindra Limited. Harsh joined TechM in 2012. Harshvendra owns several hats, of which few notable ones are Enterprise Change Leader, Leader of the Human Capital, Creator of Talent Strategy, Evangelist for Culture and Purpose. Some of his path-breaking and standard-setting policy initiatives are worth a mention for the impact it brings on the lives of employees and beyond. For instance, career acceleration policy, creating a fairness and transparency policy, wellness-first policies, and many more. With over 26 plus years of experience in Indian and multinational companies, he's also a talented facilitator and speaker who has headlined several events over the years. We are very honored and proud to present the most influential global CHRO award to Harshvendra Soin, Global Chief People Officer and Head of Marketing at Tech Mahindra.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and a privilege to receive the most influential Global CHRO Award. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the People First team and the jury for this recognition. I'm grateful to my family and my team members at Tech Mahindra, who are my pillars and who motivate me each day to give my absolute best. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate all the other winners as well. Thank you once again.
Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Coming to the last and definitely the most exciting of awards, if not the most coveted, the VUCA Leader Award for 2023. This award recognizes leaders who've demonstrated the ability to sense changes in their business environment and respond with agility and speed. They are able to build teams where people have shared vision and purpose. They fostered an enabling culture where collaboration, self-awareness, and nurturing elements have been given their due importance. They help identify and develop change agents who work with them to lead the way through volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, the key elements of the VUCA world. The recipient of this award, ladies and gentlemen, needs no introduction. 30 years of rich experience across industries while managing pivotal roles. He's currently responsible for overall human capital management of BCCL, which is the holding company of all Times Group business entities. BCCL is India's most diversified and profitable media conglomerate with power brands across print and publishing, television, internet, radio, and outdoor domains. Their flagship brand, The Times of India, is the world's largest circulating English daily, and The Economic Times is the world's second largest circulating English business daily. He has been effectively building and leading large HR teams and managing the overall responsibility of the function in the context of integration of HR with business strategies in order to facilitate simultaneous growth of human and business capital. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the dynamic, inspiring, and charismatic VUCA leader of today, Mr. Amit Das, Director HR and CHRO, Bennett Coleman and Company Limited. Heartiest congratulations to you, Amit.
Hi, everyone. At the outset, I'd like to thank the People First team for recognizing me as the VUCA Leader of the Year. It's quite interesting to see an award being given to recognize the ability to successfully navigate the VUCA business environment, which has now become a constant for us to deal with, not only in our professional environment, but also in our personal lives as well. I would definitely consider this award as a recognition for the collective efforts of an incredible HR team who has demonstrated consistent resilience and agility to manage the superb VUCA business environment, and also significantly contributed to create value for us in the Times Group. Thank you once again for this recognition, which I accept with great humility. This gives me a renewed sense of purpose to continue our journey to become anti-fragile in today's dynamic and VUCA business environment. Thank you.
Many congratulations to you and your team, Amit, truly deserving. This, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of the awards. Congratulations, champions and winners. What a day full of joy and learning. Like all good things, the People First HR Excellence Awards 2023 too has come to an end. I express my heartiest gratitude to all participating companies, distinguished jury, distinguished speakers and guests for their support and efforts towards making this event a grand success. Whatever the participating companies have achieved so far would have never been possible without the constant encouragement and support of their organizations. Every year, we see more and more organizations coming forward to showcase their achievements. This award is a testimony to recognize these efforts. Also, I would like to put in a word for those individuals and organizations who may not have made the final cut. Having said that, it is not for the lack of effort or quality, but it has more to do with the natural selection process where a few others may have performed a tad better or relatively better in their respective categories. Our special heartfelt thank you to Nasru for his lovely designs and collaterals, and a special word of appreciation to Shagun, who has been a rock throughout the journey of this event. Not to miss Virtual MNC for the relentless support that they have given us across this journey. These awards would not have been possible by any means without all of you. Asha Senani, you step in whenever we need you the most with your valuable inputs. Can't thank you enough for that. Last but not the least, a special note to the two men mentoring the awards from the inception, Mr. Umesh Rateja and Mr. Jagmohan Bhagar. Both of you were terribly missed today. You make this possible with your relentless support. As a prelude to 2024, I'm excited to announce that we would be opening up nomination windows for next edition of awards in mid of January 2024. And that provides an opportunity to organizations and individuals to start preparing for the same. I would like to end with a quote by Brian Herbert. The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. And the willingness to learn is a choice. Keep learning, keep growing. Take care, be safe, and stay blessed.